Looks like there was a total of approximately 24 people at the crime scene before my arrival.
And it was important for you to determine whether any of those people had been in the general area of the crime scene. Is that correct?
Yeah, I made that determination.
And had any personnel been inside the general crime scene area?
Inside the tape?
Inside what you would describe, do you know what the general crime scene area is in police parlance?
Yeah, that would be inside the security, the area that's secured.
Okay. Were any officers inside that area before your arrival, according to what you determined?
Yes.
How many?
Present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey.
Doesn't appear to, no.
Are there alleys and alleyways in that area?
Well, I'm sure there are. I don't specifically recall them, but I'm sure there are some alleys there, yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Shapiro.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good morning, Mr. Shapiro.
Well, still morning. I thought we were going to start this afternoon. Thanks. As an experienced detective, you know that when you see something, you want to make sure that you're correct in your evaluation, don't you?
I would say that's a fair statement, yes.
And you don't want to jump to any immediate conclusions, do you?
No.
And you want to follow up on your initial impressions to make sure they're correct in fairness, do you not?
Yes.
And in the case of observing the finger of Mr. Simpson on June the 13th, you concluded that there was a laceration on the middle knuckle of the left-hand finger, as well as a smaller laceration, and that that laceration had caused some swelling. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I take it that you would then want to later examine Mr. Simpson's finger to see what the normal condition of his hand was, would you not?
I'm not sure I understand that. I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well,
You examine the same finger later, or?
Yes.
Well, I don't think it would be the same, because I think the injury would be healed at a later date.
Right, so you'd want to look at it and see if the swelling had gone down and returned to what you believed would be his normal condition, correct?
I never did that.
Would you like to do that?
I don't think I need to.
Now, what if his finger was always swollen due to a medical condition and not due to any laceration? Would that concern you?
I guess that could be a possibility. However, it appeared to be swollen from the laceration that morning.
Well, why don't you take a look at it with the court's permission and tell us if you see any difference between the joint on the finger on the 13th when you first observed it and today. Would you mind doing that for us?
All right, do you want the witness to step around?
Yes, please.
All right, Detective.
Your Honor, before I proceed with further questions, may Mr. Simpson show his finger to the jury before we do further examination. Thank you. Mr. Simpson? the years in the back row could see.
I believe they can see. They're indicating they're nodding affirmatively.
Can we approach one motion
With the court reporter?
without the,
Without?
Detective Van Adder, would you describe the finger of Mr. Simpson today as being swollen?
It didn't appear swollen to me, no.
I take it when you observed his finger that you called for a medical person to come to determine whether or not there was any glass in that finger.
I had his finger examined, yes.
Was it by a doctor?
No, it was by a registered nurse.
Was it by a pathologist?
No, sir.
Do you know the qualifications of the nurse to determine the cause of an injury, a traumatic injury?
No, sir.
Did you inquire?
No, sir.
Do you think that might be important?
It appeared he had an injury on his left hand.
Well, you had information that he had injured himself with a piece of cut glass, did you not?
objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Assumes facts not in evidence.
Did you have information that he had cut himself with a piece of cut glass?
Objection, Your Honor. Call to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you have information from police departments in Chicago?
Objection. Calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Did he have information from? No. Overruled.
Yes.
That question you can answer.
And did that information include a thorough search of the room Mr. Simpson was in before he had left?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Right. We're in that territory now. Sustained.
Did you have any reference whatsoever about the cause of the injury at the time you were examining Mr. Simpson?
Overruled. Yes or no?
Could you ask that again, please? Did I have any reference?
Yes.
I had information, yes.
And did that information cause you to consider that the injury may have been caused by being cut with a piece of glass?
Same objection.
Sustained.
At no time did you make any determination with any scientific expert to determine whether there was any glass in that wound, did you?
No, sir.
Since the time that you've become a police officer 26 years ago, I would imagine that there have been drastic changes in scientific evidence in criminal cases.
Yeah, there's been changes, yes.
Would you describe them as drastic?
Probably, yes.
I mean, you've gone from a time of using 3x5 cards to computers. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And your education took place at the academy more than 25 years ago. Your initial education, is that correct?
My initial education, yes.
And then you got further education by something called homicide school.
That's correct.
When was that?
Probably 20 years ago.
And I would take it that things that you learned in homicide school today may be very, very outmoded. In homicide school 20 years ago are in fact out of date today.
Some of the things, yes.
And there have been things that have been changed since homicide school that you never even considered at that time? Been advancements that were never discussed in homicide school 20 years ago that are routine procedures today.
That's correct, yes.
And did you take continued education courses to keep up with the change in scientific technology?
Well, I think that's a continuing education on a daily basis with the police department.
Did you understand my question, sir?
Yes, I did.
Could you answer it, please?
Continuing education?
Courses.
No.
Have you taught anything in the area of police science or police investigation or investigation techniques?
Where?
Anywhere.
At the police academy occasionally, and at training days, yes.
And when was the last time you taught at the police academy, and what subject did you teach?
Probably 10 years ago, and it was officer-involved shootings.
And prior to that, when did you teach before that at the police academy, and what subject did you teach?
Well, I used to teach quarterly officer-involved shooting at the police academy and at training days for different divisions.
Have you taught any other subject?
No.
Have you read any books on crime scene investigation in the last 10 years?
No.
Have you read any manuals on crime scene investigation in the last 10 years?
Recently, yes.
No. Prior to your testimony in this case?
Recently, yes.
When have you read?
Well, I just
something?
read the homicide manual within the last 6 months.
That's from the LAPD.
That's correct.
Any publications by other experts in the field
No.
that you've read?
No, sir.
Have you attended any seminars given by any experts in crime scene investigation?
At any time, sir?
In the last 10 years?
Yes.
What have you read? What seminars have you been to?
California Homicide Investigators Association.
When was that?
I've attended probably 3 or 4 times in the last 10 years, maybe as many as 5 times.
When was the last time you attended?
3 years ago, maybe?
Where was
3
that?
years. Ventura.
And what was the subject matter?
There was a number of classes given. Case preparation. There was a homicide case presented, as I recall.
Did it involve scientific evidence?
I don't recall if there was a class in that or not.
Would you say that you are one of the old school type of detectives?
I don't think I know what old school means, sir.
What training and experience, what training have you had formally with DNA preservation of evidence?
Overruled.
Well, I presented a previous homicide case with DNA evidence, if that's what you're asking.
Do you recall the question I asked you?
Yeah, what formal training I've had.
Can you answer that question?
Yes, I went.
There's also experience, counsel. Training and experience.
What training have you had? Let's just limit it to training. Formal training regarding DNA.
No formal training. Well, that's not true. We have quarterly homicide meetings in the city. We have roll call training where DNA evidence has been discussed many times.
Are you familiar with the proper techniques of the collection of DNA evidence?
No, I'm not a criminalist, and I'm not an expert in that, no.
Are you familiar with how DNA evidence can become contaminated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Well, I think I'm familiar with the way any kind of evidence could be contaminated.
Is there a greater susceptibility for contamination of potential DNA evidence than other types of evidence?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the basis?
Beyond the witness's expertise.
Or will...
Is there more of a susceptibility for DNA-type evidence to be contaminated?
Yes.
Well, I think there would be a lot of variables in that. I think it would depend on where the DNA evidence is, the circumstances that it's found, and so on and so forth. That possibility, I think, would exist with any evidence. It could be contaminated.
How can DNA evidence become contaminated?
We're beyond the scope of the direct examination at this point. This witness did not testify to the actual collection. He is a homicide investigator. He is the lead investigator, so there's some parameters here that
Rather than take up jury time, if we may approach the bench at the break then,
All right.
and I'll go into some other questions. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the way to preserve evidence in a criminal case?
Sustained.
To preserve blood evidence in a criminal case.
Yes.
And are you familiar with the techniques to preserve DNA blood evidence in a criminal case?
I think preserving blood evidence would go to DNA or any kind of testing that would be applicable to that.
You see no distinction between the preservation of evidence for standard blood testing or for DNA testing. Is that correct?
No distinction between the two?
Yes.
DNA testing is a continuation of standard blood testing. It has to be protected to ensure the non-contamination of the evidence.
Are you familiar with the term cross-contamination?
Yes, I know what that means.
What is cross-contamination of blood evidence and how does it occur?
Cross-contamination would be if you take two pieces of evidence and mix them up and you get a mixing of the evidence together.
Could cross-contamination take place by bringing evidence from one location to another location?
Sustained.
Are you aware that cross-contamination can take place by bringing contaminated evidence from one location to another location?
Sustained.
In your role as the lead investigator of this case, are you the one who is ultimately responsible for all aspects of this investigation?
Myself and my partner, yes.
And everybody who does something regarding investigation works under you or under your direction?
I would say that's a fair statement, yes.
And the people that you want working under you or at your direction are people that you know are capable of doing the job correctly. Isn't that correct?
People that are sent to the crime scene, I have no control over. I would assume people that are requested and sent there are trained personnel, yes.
And after you take over, do you have the ability to request your own backup group of people to help in your investigation?
Backup group for what purpose?
You do all the investigation yourself, or do you have people help you?
No, I have people help me.
Do you have any input in who those people are going to be?
Sometimes, not all times.
And in a case that involves something that's high profile, you want to make sure that the best investigation possible can be done. Isn't that correct?
I try to do that in all cases.
But in a case where there's going to be the media paying a lot of attention to you, you have additional concerns, do you not?
I would say yes, but to qualify that yes answer, I have the same concerns with every case I handle that it's done properly.
I appreciate that, and I know that you want to be as professional as possible, always. What I'm just asking of you, Detective, is when there is a case that has such intense media interest, isn't there a desire on your part to make sure that the absolute ultimate best that can be done will be done.
Yes.
And in that regard, the team that you put together that are going to aid you are people that you would want to have faith and trust in.
Objection.
What's the basis?
Since that's not enough, so we put the team together.
Full roll.
I would hope that they would be qualified personnel, yes.
So, and it was no secret this was a high-profile case when you got the call, was it?
It turned out to be very high profile, yes.
But you knew immediately that it was.
I didn't think it would reach the parameters that it has reached, but yes, I knew it was going to be high profile.
And you knew it was going to be beyond most of the cases you ever handled in your career, didn't you? Immediately.
Well, that's very subjective when you say beyond. The only thing that makes this different, again, is the amount of media coverage that it's
That's
got.
what I'm saying. From a media perspective, you knew instantly when you got that phone call that this case was going to have more scrutiny than any other case you've been involved in your 26 years as a detective. Isn't that correct?
Full roll.
No, I didn't know that immediately. I knew it later in the day, yes.
When would you, with those thoughts in mind, to do the absolute best job possible, feel secure in having a trainee criminalist involved in this case?
Another 352 objection.
Full roll.
I have no control over whose scientific investigation rolls to crime scenes.
Do you have any way of contacting the head of the crime lab and saying, hey, look, we've got a real delicate situation here. The commander has even involved himself in this case to the degree of making personal notifications. Can you send out your top people? Would you be able to do that?
I could probably make that request, but again, I don't have any control over who they send out.
I understand that, but you do have the ability to make that request.
I could make any kind of request. Whether it's followed or not is another story.
And you have in the past requested certain people who you know are the tops in their field, have you not?
To crime scenes?
In any part of your investigations. As this case is going on, you continue to do that, don't you?
No, I wouldn't say that I've made individual requests of people, no.
Did you ask for the best people?
I wouldn't say I've done that. I make requests through normal channels.
Now, you're aware that Detective Phillips called down to the coroner and said, we're not going to follow procedure on this one, weren't you? You're aware of that.
Yeah, I saw his testimony, yes.
And that meant that there was going to be something different done, didn't it?
I don't understand that. Something different what, sir?
Could it also be requested of the coroner to send out the best coroner's investigators to the scene? Could you make that request?
Certainly I could make that request. I don't know how far it would go, though.
Do you have a good relationship with the coroners?
Yes.
Do you work with them all the time?
Yes.
Do you know the coroner of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What's his name?
Dr. Lakshmanan.
And if you called Dr. Lakshmanan and told him the situation you had and told him there was a particular forensic pathologist that you'd worked with in the past and that you work with well together and you'd like him to be assigned, would that be something he might be receptive to?
I doubt that very seriously. I don't think he would honor my request.
No, he wouldn't cooperate with you at all?
Well, I think their schedules are set. It's been my experience that there's the pathologist's schedules are set, and I don't think that's ever happened in my attending autopsies.
Who is the head of the crime lab?
At the coroner's office?
No, LAPD.
Michelle Kessler now.
Do you know her?
Yes, I know her.
How long have you known her?
Probably 10 years.
When you talk to her, how do you refer to her?
Michelle.
And if you called Michelle and said, I'd like your best criminalist out here, we have a very difficult situation on our hands, do you think she would honor that request?
She probably would, yes.
Are you aware that a trainee was sent out to the crime scene
Yes.
with no previous homicide experience?
Well, I found that out later. I don't know whether that's a true statement. I believe she had been on 2 or 3 scenes prior to that.
Is that the type of person you'd like collecting your evidence under your direction?
That was the person that was sent.
Is that the person you would like to have collecting your evidence in a case like this?
Overruled on that ground.
I think the person that was in charge of that was Criminalist Funk.
Do you understand my question, sir?
Is that the person I would like?
Yes.
Objection, it's argumentative.
Overruled.
I really have no control over that. Of course, I would like to have the most qualified person do everything for me, but that's not the practical world.
Do you view a trainee as the most qualified person?
No.
Do you view a trainee as being qualified at all to do anything on a crime scene?
That's how they become qualified, by doing it under more experienced people.
And was this a good case for people to learn from?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In conducting this investigation, you've had access to many other law enforcement agencies, have you not?
That's vague, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you dealt with other law enforcement agencies to aid you in the investigation of the homicides?
Yes.
Have you dealt with Interpol?
No.
Has Interpol participated at all in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
You haven't seen any reports generated from Interpol?
I have not.
And you're the lead detective?
One of the lead detectives, yes.
And all of the reports that come into this case come through you?
No, that's not true.
I would take it you'd want to see the reports that come in this case from other police agencies, would you not?
Yes.
And have you done that?
I've seen everything that's come to our office, yes.
And so to your knowledge, nothing has come in from Interpol?
I don't recall anything from Interpol.
Has any investigation taken place in Europe on this case?
Objection, cross-examination.
Overruled.
Yes.
Has any investigation in this case taken place in Canada?
I'm not aware of Canada.
Has any investigation in this case taken place in Florida?
Yes.
Has any investigation in this case taken place in New York?
Yes.
Has any investigation in this case taken place in Arizona?
I believe so, yes.
What other states have been involved in the investigation of this case, to your knowledge?
Connecticut. That's the only other state that comes to mind at this point.
Have you been out of state personally to investigate any aspects of this case?
Yes.
Where have you been?
Connecticut and Washington, D.C.
And in Washington, D.C., you met with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yes.
And is that the first time you've called upon them for help in a homicide investigation?
No.
How many other occasions have you used the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Many times, probably.
Probably, or
Many times.
how many times?
I couldn't tell you over the 26 years. I've worked with them on many, many cases.
Not that when you've worked with them, that you as a lead detective have contacted the FBI to aid in your investigation, directly aid in the investigation.
Objection, that's vague.
Overruled.
I'm not sure I understand. Directly aid in my investigation?
Yes.
Anytime I contact them with a request for assistance, that's direct aid, so I've done it many, many times.
How many times have you gone to Washington to meet with the FBI in the past?
This was the first time, I believe.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, we need to change court reporters at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief morning recess. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not allow anybody to converse with you regarding the case. Do not conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes, and Detective Van Adder, you may step down. Come back in 15 minutes, please. All right, we'll be in recess for 15.
You were telling us that you were in Connecticut
Yes.
and in Washington, D.C. Have you
Yes.
been outside the United States on this case?
No, sir.
Have any members of the Los Angeles Police Department been outside the United States in this case?
I believe they were outside the United States on a companion case, not this case.
Have any members of the Los Angeles Police Department been to any other states than the states that you have mentioned?
Oh,
Yes, there was one other state that slipped my mind, Iowa. I was in Iowa.
You were in Iowa.
Yes, sir.
And what about other members of the police department? Have they been to any other states that we haven't mentioned?
None come to mind right now.
Anybody from your department visit Chicago, Illinois?
Yes.
I don't know if we mentioned that or not. You did not?
No, sir, I did
But
not.
people went at your direction?
Yes.
And how many other law enforcement agencies have you worked with in the course of this investigation? Just tell us which ones they are rather than give us a number, please.
Fairfield, Connecticut. Fairfield, Iowa. The FBI.
When you say Fairfield, Connecticut, that's the police department? Or
Police
the sheriff's?
department, yes.
Okay.
Police department in both cities. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. A lot of Orange County agencies on the 17th. Department of Justice.
Department of Justice for the United States or for the state of California?
United States and the state of California. And I just can't call to mind anymore at this point.
Chicago Police Department?
Yes.
Florida Police Department?
I don't know if that was on this case or the companion case that they worked with the Department of.
But related to, at least related to this?
Related, yes.
Related to some aspects of this
all right,
case.
excuse me, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your
You're
Honor.
both old pros. You're driving the court reporter nuts. Let him finish the question. Let him finish the answer.
I apologize, Your Honor.
At least related to this.
Related, yes.
Related to some aspects of
All right,
this case.
excuse me, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your
You're
Honor.
both old pros. You're driving the court reporter nuts. Let him finish the question. Let him finish the answer.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Proceed.
In addition to dealing with, what did you do with the Department of Justice for the United States? What role did they play in this case?
They helped me and my partner in a polygraph examination that we did.
Of whom?
Sustained.
And when you went to Connecticut, was one of the purposes there to interview one of Mr. Simpson's witnesses, Mr. Fishman, Dr. Fishman?
I don't quite understand that. To interview Dr. Fishman?
Yes.
No, sir.
Was he interviewed in Connecticut?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you or people at your direction interviewed witnesses for Mr. O.J. Simpson?
Objection.
Sustained.
Interviewed people who were on the... Strike that. What laboratories have been engaged to analyze potential evidence in this case?
Cellmark Laboratories
Where's that?
in Maryland.
That's a private laboratory?
Yes. The FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation,
Where?
Washington, D.C., and the California Department of Justice.
What about the Los Angeles Police Department has also analyzed evidence?
Yes.
Are there also other laboratories that have been consulted regarding this case and evidence in this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And how many other cases have you engaged 3 outside laboratories to aid in analysis of evidence? You personally?
I haven't personally done any.
In how many other cases have you personally engaged the Department of Justice of the United States to aid in your investigation?
Probably quite a few.
Probably or certainly?
Well, over the years, I have worked with federal agencies a lot on cases. I couldn't give you an exact number.
My question is particularly the Department of Justice. On how many occasions have you personally contacted them for an investigation you were the lead investigator on?
Well, I didn't personally contact them this time.
Would you say that's a rare occurrence?
No, I would not say it's a rare occurrence. I worked with a lot of agencies over the years.
How many police officers from the Los Angeles Police Department have been engaged at one time or another in some aspect of this case?
Uniform or detective?
Across the board. Uniform, detective, and administrative.
Do you want to include all the officers on our jury tour?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to include all the officers on our jury tour?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
No. Excluding the officers on the jury tour. Those are the ones the court engaged, I believe.
A little of this, a little of that.
You know, with all the collateral issues that's going on with this case, as far as traffic control and things like that, I would have no idea. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Give us a general estimation of how many officers have been involved in this case, to your knowledge. You've got all your records here. You could check it if you wanted to, I take it.
I think he's described it.
You know what I'm talking about, don't you? That participated in the investigation.
Oh, I would say
That got you to the point you are in court here.
probably 15 to 20.
15 to 20.
Yeah.
And how many officers were engaged in the search of the Brentwood area? Looking for either gross evidence or trace evidence?
When?
Any time during this case, from June 13th to 10 o'clock this morning.
How many officers were involved in the search of the Brentwood area? Well, we had a group of recruit officers do a walk from Bundy to Rockingham. I believe there were probably 30 officers, maybe, recruit officers.
Well, that's on top of the 20 that you just mentioned.
Well, these people are not involved in all stages. These are...
No, I didn't. No. Let me make my question clear.
Okay, let him finish his answer.
I'm sorry. I apologize to you, sir.
That's quite all right, Mr. Shapiro. There's a lot of collateral issues that's happened where we've used officers from other divisions or requested help at different times, and they would be involved for one aspect, and that would end their involvement in it.
That's my question. involved for any aspect whatsoever from June 13th, 1994 to this morning, how many members of the Los Angeles Police Department have been involved in any aspect of this case?
I think I answered that before. I don't know.
Can you give us an estimate?
I couldn't even give you a good estimate. I don't know.
Would it exceed 100?
That's possible. It's possible. I don't know.
Would you say in your career this is one of the most thoroughly investigated cases that has ever been done by the Los Angeles Police Department?
352 objections.
Overruled.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say it ranks up there with a lot of cases. A lot of cases have been thoroughly investigated.
Is there anything that you wanted done in this case that hasn't been done because of lack of resources or manpower?
No.
Is there any agency in the United States that you would like assistance for in this case that has refused to give you assistance?
Not to my knowledge.
Is there any agency in the world that you would seek assistance from who hasn't given you assistance?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you conducted the most thorough search that you could as a professional to look for the murder weapon in this case?
Yes.
Have you found it?
No, I have not.
Have you found any weapons that are consistent with the injuries on either Nicole Simpson or Ronald Goldman?
No, I have not.
Have you found any knives in the area of the Rockingham address?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach the witness?
Yes, with the court reporter.
Near the Rockingham address.
Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
You're aware that a knife was recovered near the Rockingham address, are you not?
Yes.
And that knife had blood on it?
That's what I was told. Yes.
And that blood came back a type B blood?
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know if that blood came back as the blood type of an individual who is not a person who's a defendant in this case?
Sustained. It's hearsay.
And not so, Your Honor.
Yes.
How many knives have you booked into evidence in this case?
There's been quite a few booked.
How many?
I don't know exactly. Maybe 5 or 6.
Isn't that an important thing to know, how many knives are booked in this case?
Well, sir, there's been over, I think, around 450 items of evidence booked, and it's hard to keep up with all of it.
I'll bet it is, but you keep lists for that, don't you?
Yes, sir, we do.
And you reviewed your records before you came here to testify, didn't you?
I've looked through them, yes.
You just looked through them?
That's all.
For this testimony, you just perused your records before you got on the witness stand to testify?
That's correct.
Argumentative, Your Honor. Objection.
Answer will stand.
Do you need some more time to prepare yourself for cross-examination?
Your Honor, sorry.
That is sustained.
I'm just being courteous.
Motion is strike, Your Honor.
Proceed, counsel.
Along the lines of the knife evidence, what other efforts were made to what were the efforts that you have instituted to look for the knife that you believe was the murder weapon in this case?
What efforts have I made?
Yeah.
Well, a search warrant was obtained, and Mr. Simpson's residence was searched, as well as the grounds.
How many times?
Twice. A walkthrough search was done from Bundy to Rockingham by several recruit officers, where we were searching the streets, shrubbery, the storm drains, so on and so forth.
Would you describe how that effort was mounted and what instructions were given to the recruits?
How it was mounted?
Yes.
We requested through the Los Angeles Police Academy for a number of recruit officers to assist us in doing a walkthrough between Bundy and Rockingham. We instructed the recruit officers to look for any blood evidence, any clothing that may contain blood, any weapons that may contain blood, or anything at all that appeared to be out of the ordinary or suspicious.
Are you familiar with the term grid?
Yes.
What is a grid is a way to map out certain areas to be searched to make sure you don't miss anything. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that's a very basic investigative technique, is it not?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I take it that you sat down with his recruits with a grid so the areas that you were interested in between Bundy and Rockingham could be thoroughly searched. Is that correct?
No, the way it was done is the area was set out in blocks. We had groups with a detective in charge of each group. And, well, essentially it would be a grid because we did it by blocks. We didn't actually grid it, but we set it out from a map by blocks, and they were searched.
How many different blocks were searched?
I can't tell you exactly.
Do you have a diagram of the blocks that were searched?
I believe it's contained in the murder book, yes.
Okay. Would it take you long to locate that diagram? If it would, we'll wait. I don't want to interrupt.
It may, because I don't know which book it's in at this point.
Maybe your partner's here. Maybe he can help us find that so we can go on. How many detectives were there for each group?
You know, I wasn't there, but I believe there was one or possibly two assigned to each group.
And how many groups were there?
I can't tell you that right now. It was done on 2 separate times, I believe.
And the purpose was to track the area that you had shown us this nice video of you driving around on. Remember you just saw that?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the area that you wanted to search?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. You looked in the storm drains?
The officers did, yes.
Looked under the manholes?
I don't know whether they did that or not.
Well, who instructed them what to look for?
The
And where to
information
look?
was relayed from us to the detectives that was running the operation.
So you're in charge, you told us that.
Mm-hmm.
That's your search, correct?
It's part of the collateral effort that's going on at that time, yes.
Your search. I mean, is that a fair term or not?
Well,
That
I
you're
wasn't there, sir. It was part of the collateral effort that was being handled at that time.
I understand you're not there with your flashlight on your hands and knees, but you're directing the search, are you not?
Directing it ex parte, yes. I guess you could say that, yes.
Well, you're the one who called. It was your idea to do the search, wasn't it?
Well, it was a group idea between our supervisor and myself, my partner, our captain. It was discussed, and yes, it was done.
All right. So this is a pretty high-level decision.
What do you mean high level?
Well, let me go on. If you don't understand that, let's go to something else.
Mr. Shapiro, the gratuitous comments aren't necessary.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Your Honor. This search, as to what you were going to look for, did you tell somebody what you wanted to look for?
Yes, as I told you before.
Okay. And did you tell them where you wanted the people to look for this?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you tell them you wanted them to look?
I told them I wanted the possible routes. There's more than one possible route walked. I wanted the shrubbery checked. I wanted the lawns checked. I wanted the streets checked. And I wanted the drains checked.
What about the gutters in houses?
No.
What about rooftops?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't have the manpower to do something like that over a large area like that.
Did you ask?
No, I didn't ask.
And this was a foot search.
That's correct, yes.
And nothing relating to what you would consider a murder weapon was found.
That's correct.
But weapons were found.
I don't know that's true.
You don't
I
know
don't
if
know.
weapons were found or not?
No. On that search, I don't know.
Were any weapons ever brought to your attention in that area that contained the blood of someone other than O.J. Simpson, Nicole Brown, or Ronald Goldman?
Objection to knowledge.
Sustained.
I prefer Mr. Shapiro.
Sure.
Were there any written instructions given to the recruits who were searching?
I don't know that for sure. I wasn't there.
Let me approach with an exhibit that has the full, and this appears to be a map of the area. Is that the area that you instructed others to search?
Yes, it's part of the area, yes.
Part of it, the area
Yeah.
exceeded that.
No, I think the area would be a little smaller than this.
No. Is there any map that shows what area that you wanted searched? This was handed to me by Mr. Darden.
I think what happened is this would show the area that I wanted searched. I think what happened, or the way it was done, is the detectives, after we had asked for this to be done, had mapped out the possible routes between the two locations and had created groups of recruit officers that walked these certain areas. And I believe each group was given a map of the area that they were to search. And I think that's in one of the books. I'm not positive of that.
Now, regarding the search for a knife, you were aware that Mr. Simpson flew to Chicago.
Yes.
Did you cause that airplane to be searched?
I believe it was searched, yes.
Is there any question in your mind as to whether it was searched or not?
Well, I know we had an investigation going on in Chicago. I know we had detectives back there doing searches. And there was an airplane storage facility that was checked because there was a broken knife found in it. But as far as the airplane he took, I don't know that. I believe it was cleaned after it got there anyway, so I don't think it was searched.
You don't think it was searched?
No, I don't think the plane that he flew on was searched.
Would you check, did you make any notes on this?
No, I didn't.
Did you make any notes in this entire case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you have those notes with you?
They're contained in the books?
Your personal notes?
Yes.
And you made notes all along from the 13th on?
Yes.
What notes did you take on the 13th? What did you record?
I wrote a search warrant and I started a partial statement of Cato Kalin.
Is a search warrant notes?
Yeah.
You consider those notes, okay?
Well, it was part of the investigation that I wrote a search warrant on,
Okay,
yes.
so that's part of your notes. And then you had notes on a statement with Cato Kalin?
Yes.
What other notes did you take on the 13th?
I think the only other thing I did was a part of the chronological of the case.
Part of the chronological record?
Yes.
And that's about all the only notes you've taken in this whole case, isn't it?
Well, I've written a lot of statements.
I'm talking about notes, sir.
Yeah, that's correct.
Did you write a report in this case?
Yes.
How long is it?
The follow-up report, or which report?
How many reports did you write in this case?
Well, I made the death report. I made the crime reports for both victims. I assisted my partner with the follow-up report, and I've written several, I don't know how many, but a lot of statements in this case.
Okay. I'd ask you at the noon recess to pull everything you've written and provide us with all your notes, if you wouldn't mind.
Objection.
Well, we'll take that up later.
In Chicago, well, you indicated that there was a search of some type of trash that revealed a broken knife?
No, I think it was a holding tank on an airplane that was found by airline employees.
Do you recall reviewing a report that said that there was a container that had all the refuge for a month from all the planes that were flown by the airlines that transported Mr. Simpson, of all the refuge, and that was all searched?
That was a possibility, yeah.
Well, do you recall that being done?
I said that was a possibility. I had detectives back there doing the work.
But you read that report, didn't you?
I probably have, yes.
And in that they found a broken piece of a knife?
I believe that's right, yes.
That was not related to this case, correct?
I don't believe it's related.
That was a pretty thorough way of searching, wasn't it?
Pardon me?
That was a thorough search, wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, it's vague.
Did you consider that to be a thorough search of the trash?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What other searches took place in Chicago?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
There were several searches conducted by Detective Looper and Detective LaFall.
Tell us about those.
I wasn't there. I can't tell you about them.
You've read reports about those, and they're part of your investigation, aren't they?
I've read notes on them, yes.
Things you've reviewed.
Yes?
What is your understanding of what took place?
Sustained.
Were those thorough searches?
Sustained. Calling for speculation. He wasn't there.
Did you direct that there be thorough searches of areas in Chicago where Mr. Simpson might have visited?
I don't think I was aware of areas that he may have visited other than the hotel.
Well, that's one area. Did you ask that a search be conducted of the hotel?
A search was conducted at the hotel.
Did you ask that a search be conducted of any surrounding areas of the hotel?
No, I was not aware of that. That was done without my direction.
So you are aware that a search was done of surrounding areas, but
Yes.
not at your direction?
Well, it was done as part of the investigation of the detectives that were there.
You didn't think that was necessary?
No, sir, I was not aware of it. I wasn't there. I didn't know what was going on in Chicago.
No, you wanted to know, didn't you? You wanted to be informed of what was going on in Chicago, I take it.
I was informed after it was over with, yes.
And you were informed that a search of the area and lots adjacent to the hotel were thoroughly searched, were you not?
Yes.
Sustained. Curious to disregard that. That's hearsay, Mr. Shapiro. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in conjunction with all these searches for the knives that you told us about, would you say a equal search was done for bloody clothing?
That was part of the reason for searching, yes.
And has any bloody clothing that relates to this case ever been found?
Yes.
Other than what you found in your search of the Rockingham house, was there anything found as a result of this search
No.
relating to bloody clothing?
No.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. Have you had enough resources to look for bloody clothing?
The same resources that I had to look for the murder weapon.
When you got your call at about 3 o'clock, you were at home
That's correct, yes.
on June the 12th, June 13th,
June 13th,
early morning
yes.
of June 13th. What area do you reside in? I don't want to know specifically, but what general area?
Objection, irrelevant, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How long did it take you to get from where you were to the Bundy location?
Approximately 40, 45 minutes.
Did you shower before you came, shave before you came, or just get up and come?
I showered and shaved.
Did anyone give you directions to get to Bundy, or did you know how to get there?
I was given directions by detective headquarters on the radio.
Are you familiar, as a detective in West Los Angeles, you worked there for 3 years, is that correct?
Yes.
And part of the requirements of a detective is to become familiar with the area that you're working, isn't that correct?
Well, I think that's for any police officer, yes.
And that applied to you also.
Well, I was not a patrol officer there, so a lot of areas of West LA I was never in.
You wouldn't say San Vicente is a main thoroughfare
San Vicente is well known
that you were aware of.
Yes, sir.
And Bundy is a major street that you were aware of.
Yes, sir.
So when somebody said it's near San Vicente and Bundy and here's the address, you were able to find that without getting specific instructions from your home, isn't that correct?
Well, yes, I could, but I asked for directions before I got there because I didn't know whether it was north or south of Wilshire Boulevard. They just gave me a street address.
Okay. So you wanted location, but you knew the general area.
I knew the general area, yes.
And it wasn't difficult for you to find.
No, sir, it wasn't.
You found it with virtually no trouble.
That's correct.
When you got that call, you were told that you were going to be taking over the investigation of the death of Nicole Brown Simpson. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you issue any orders immediately upon receiving that call as to what people should do who were presently at the scene?
No, sir, I didn't.
And you were told there were already officers at the scene?
Yes.
And you're aware that time is of the essence in a homicide investigation, are you not?
As a general statement, yes.
And that the more time goes by, the greater chance of contamination of evidence or destruction of evidence, isn't that correct?
No, I wouldn't say that's a total correct statement. It depends on the evidence, and normally when you talk about the more time that goes by, is you're talking about a cold trail.
Now, you know there are general rules to follow in a homicide investigation.
Absolutely, yes.
And you were chosen because you are one of the most senior homicide investigators, isn't that correct?
No, I was chosen because I was on call that weekend. That happened to be my on-call weekend.
Well, isn't your unit a specialized unit, sir?
Yes.
And isn't that the unit that handles all the special cases of homicide?
Most of the time, yes.
And aren't you one of the most senior members of that unit?
Yes.
And immediately upon getting that call, it was time for action, wasn't it?
Well, it was time to prepare myself and respond, yes.
But there were things that had to be done because you knew you were an hour away, didn't you?
That's correct.
So there were things that had to be done immediately to make sure that that crime scene was protected. Isn't that correct?
Well, it's been my experience in 26 years that the crime scenes are protected by uniform that arrives there before anybody.
But you are going to have responsibility and you want it done your way, don't you?
When I get there, yes.
Now, you don't want to rely on somebody else's judgment in doing something, do you?
Well, I have to do that every day, sir.
Well, didn't you tell us, even regarding Detective Furman, that you wouldn't rely on what he was doing?
Not after I'm there, but I have to rely on people before I get there, definitely.
So it was not anything that you did to contact the people and say, at least seal the crime scene and make sure no one enters until I get there. Did you give that instruction?
No, I did not.
In your training as a police officer and homicide detective, you have learned that it's important to keep detailed notes of an investigation, have you not?
Yes.
And you've told us now that you have kept detailed notes in this case?
I didn't say that, no.
Have you kept detailed notes?
This was an unusual circumstance. Normally I would. This one I didn't have the chance to.
So your answer is?
No, I did not.
Did you designate somebody, as you've been trained to do, to be a designated note-taker?
Yes.
Who did you designate as a note-taker?
The criminalist.
The criminalist.
That's correct.
And where in the Los Angeles Police Department manual does it say that the lead detective in a homicide case shall designate a criminalist as a note-taker?
The criminalist in the homicide manual of the Los Angeles Police Department is once he's assigned a case, is the person that collects, preserves, notes, measures, and records where evidence is found and where evidence is recovered from.
Did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. And that's why the criminalist did it.
So you're saying that that is designated in the Los Angeles Police Department manual that a lead investigator shall designate the criminalist as a note-taker?
I didn't say shall. I said I could probably designate anybody that I wanted to. That morning I did the criminalist.
And is that what it says? That somebody other than a sworn LAPD trained personnel shall be designated as a note-taker?
It doesn't say note-taker. It says for collection, preservation, and taking of the evidence.
Didn't you tell us that the criminalist didn't get to Rockingham till 7 o'clock?
7:10.
Who was the note-taker at Bundy?
My partner, ultimately.
Your partner?
Yes.
So you designated Detective Lang as the note-taker?
No, I didn't designate him. He
designated
did that himself.
He volunteered for that job. So he took the notes at Bundy.
Yes.
And did he take the notes at Rockingham up until 7 o'clock?
No.
Who took the notes up at Rockingham up until 7 o'clock?
No one.
That's a violation of department procedure, isn't it?
No, I wouldn't say it is.
Now, many times, the purpose of taking notes, detailed notes, in a criminal investigation is many times these investigations take a long period of time, do they not?
Yes, that's correct.
And many times, cases that are filed don't come to trial for years. Isn't that correct?
For years?
Yeah.
I guess you could say 1 or 2 years, yeah. That's a fair statement.
And it'd be very hard with all the material that you've had to digest in this case to remember all the important details, wouldn't it, without notes?
It's according to what details you're talking about. I remember this case very, very well.
So you took it upon yourself just not to take notes at Rockingham?
No, that wasn't the situation at all.
When you got to Bundy and arrived there at 4:05, I believe you told us, in the morning, you were now in charge of the situation for 1 hour. Is that correct?
From 3 o'clock until 4:05?
When you got the notification, it was your case, wasn't it, at 3 o'clock?
I guess you could hypothetically say that, yes.
I don't want to guess. I want to know. I think the jury wants to know, more importantly. Whose case was it at 3 o'clock in the morning?
It wasn't my case until I arrived there and was instructed by my supervisor that we were taking the case.
So your case didn't begin until when?
Till 4:05.
Okay. Whose case was it from 3 o'clock to 4:05?
It was being secured for the arrival of Robbery Homicide Division.
Whose case was it from 3 o'clock to 4:05, sir?
Robbery Homicide Division.
That's you.
Yes, but I can't physically take charge until I'm on the scene.
So, for at least an hour and 5 minutes, there is nobody in charge of the Bundy crime scene, where 2 bloody murders have taken place?
That's not true.
Well, who was in charge?
West Los Angeles Division had security on the crime scene.
So they were in charge of the investigation at that time?
No, they were in charge of securing the crime scene at that time.
So what you're saying is for an hour and 5 minutes, nobody investigated Bundy?
That's correct.
When time is of the essence in a homicide investigation?
Boy, it would be a perfect world if I could have been there at 10:30. It would have been a perfect world.
How many members of the Los Angeles Police Department were there when you arrived?
Approximately 15.
All standing around?
That's correct, yes.
With two people who have had their throats slashed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nobody is looking for any suspects?
Well, I don't think that's a fair statement. I think a canvass was going on in the neighborhood. They were attempting to locate witnesses, attempting to elicit information that would help in the investigation up to that point.
You think or you know?
Well, I know it was going on.
What about beginning the crime scene investigation? That hour and 5 minutes, could important evidence become destroyed?
Objection, cause suspension.
Sustain.
What could happen to evidence in your estimation in the period of an hour and 5 minutes in a case like this?
Sustain.
Do you have any experience in evidence degrading? Do you know what that term means, degrading of evidence?
Yes, I do.
What does it mean?
That's the quality of the evidence itself begins to deteriorate. That could happen immediately upon, for instance, blood evidence striking pavement. That could start immediately.
And would you agree, sir, that the longer you wait, the greater the chance is that there'll be deterioration of evidence?
Objection,
Overruled.
Again, I think that would depend on where the evidence was.
What about weather conditions? Could weather conditions move? Well, let me ask you this as a foundational question. Do you know the difference between gross evidence and trace evidence?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Would you tell the jury, please? in case
Trace
you don't know?
evidence is hair fiber evidence of that type. Gross evidence is actually physical evidence like the glove or a murder weapon or clothing or what have you.
Is trace evidence limited to hair and fibers?
No.
Tell us what else trace evidence can encompass.
Trace evidence could encompass soil, could encompass minute or any article that it's not that can't be seen by the human eye. It could be attached to clothing, to a person, whatever.
And in your experience, trace evidence is potentially important evidence.
Very, yes.
And in your experience, trace evidence tends to degrade over time more quickly than gross evidence.
Objection.
What's the grounds?
No foundation. Explanation.
Overruled.
I would say that's probably a fair statement, yes, that it will degrade quicker than a hard piece of evidence.
I mean, something as simple as a wave of the hand could remove trace evidence from a body of an individual, could it not?
Probably a movement of the air.
Objection.
Overruled.
Probably a movement of the air could, yes.
Biological conditions naturally cause trace evidence to degrade, do they not?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the 24 by 24 rule?
No, that doesn't mean anything to me. What is that?
That's
Wait a minute. Lawyers ask the questions.
Are you familiar with a rule that says the 24 hours before death and the 24 hours after death are the crucial times for a homicide investigator?
For capturing the suspect, yes. Actually, I think it's 48-48 instead of 24-24.
And that's a rule you adhere to.
Yeah, as best I can, certainly.
And also for excluding the innocent.
Oh, absolutely. That's one of our basic functions.
That's what you really focus on, isn't it?
No, I focus on trying to find out what actually occurred, what the truth of the matter is.
And the more time that goes by, the greater chance that evidence will be destroyed, be eliminated, not be available, or be contaminated in some way. Isn't that correct?
Explanation from foundation.
It's also about the third time we've asked the question. Stay.
When you arrived, Detective Furman and Phillips were standing in the middle of the street?
Yes, they were at the intersection of Bundy and Dorothy.
And it was your opinion that at that location, what they were doing was securing the crime scene.
Is that a question?
Was that your opinion, that they were securing the crime scene?
No, they were not securing the crime scene.
Were they preserving the integrity of the crime scene by standing up there?
No, they weren't.
What were they doing?
They were awaiting our arrival.
Were there things, as a trained homicide investigator, if you were relieved from a case, would you have some responsibility until your replacement showed up?
Yes,
What was that responsibility?
to attempt to elicit any witnesses in the area and maintain control of the crime scene until the handling detectives arrived.
So now the only two homicide detectives there, Detective Phillips and Detective Furman, are not trying to elicit testimony from anybody, are they?
That was being done by uniform.
I'm saying they were there. They weren't trying to do that as detectives, were they?
Elicit testimony?
Elicit statements from potential witnesses.
No, I believe they testified they stood in the street and waited for us.
And they weren't there preserving the integrity of the crime scene, were they?
No,
They were just passing the time.
they were waiting for us.
Had anybody notified them how long it would be until you got there?
I don't know.
So if you lived further away than 45 minutes or an hour and took 2 hours, they'd be standing in the street according to what you observed for 2 hours.
That's a good hypothetical situation. Yeah, I don't think I've ever taken 2 hours to report to a crime scene, though.
But there are detectives, you say, that probably live 2 hours away, don't they?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. It's irrelevant.
How many people had been inside the crime scene before you got there?
Calls for hearsay.
Oh, well. Calls for speculation, though, if you want.
I'm sorry?
Calls for speculation.
Are there any records to indicate how many officers had been at the crime scene before you got there?
Had been at or in the crime scene.
At the crime scene.
Yeah, there's a log. Looks like there was a total of approximately 24 people at the crime scene before my arrival.
And it was important for you to determine whether any of those people had been in the general area of the crime scene. Is that correct?
Yeah, I made that determination.
And had any personnel been inside the general crime scene area?
Inside the tape,
Inside what you would describe, do you know what the general crime scene area is in police parlance?
yeah, that would be inside the security, the area that's secured.
Okay. Were any officers inside that area before your arrival, according to what you determined?
Yes,
How many?
I would say 6 or 7.
Are you familiar with a man by the name of William Bodziak?
Yes,
Is he one of the experts that have been employed by the prosecution in this case?
yes,
And he's a member of the FBI?
yes.
And is he one of the leading experts in the country on crime scene investigation?
I think his specialty is on shoes. I wouldn't say crime scene investigation.
Footwear impression evidence?
Yes.
Have you read his books?
No, I have not.
Would you agree?
Objection.
Premature at this point. Haven't heard the question.
Would you agree as a part of your education?
Pardon me, Your Honor.
Counsel, how can I tell the question, would you agree? How do I know what's coming? I'm saying it's premature until I hear the question, counsel. I can't guess what the question's going to be. Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Would you agree, as an expert in crime scene investigation, that you should not allow anyone, including other law enforcement personnel, into the general crime scene area except when it is necessary to tend to victims?
What's the objection?
No way approach.
What's the objection?
Waiting from a close in front of the jury, I'd like to see the court.
Sustained.
Would you agree that a crime scene should be secured immediately?
Yes.
Is that the most important thing to do?
Yes.
Is that the first rule of thumb for crime scene investigators?
That's normally not done. That's the first rule of thumb for uniformed officers, yes.
It should be done, but it's not done.
No. Normally, investigators are not the first on the scene. It's been my experience in 26 years, the uniform is there first. They secure the crime scene and notify us.
Aren't police officers all trained personnel?
Trained in what, sir?
Well,
Of course they're trained personnel.
Basic crime scene investigation?
Definitely,
Would that be
yes.
something elementary? That what happens if you arrive on a homicide scene, what to do?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's just common sense, isn't it?
Certainly is.
And would you agree that a crime scene should be sealed and no one should enter it except to tend to victims?
No one that's not involved in the investigation, yes.
No, no one should enter it except to tend to victims. You can disagree with that.
I do disagree
You
with
disagree with that. And you've told us you haven't read any books by experts in the field. Have you consulted experts in the field as to the proper procedures regarding entrance into a crime scene?
Have I consulted experts? I've met with many experts over 26 years, yes.
Is it very easy to disturb things within a crime scene?
Sustained. It's vague.
What are the dangers of entering a crime scene if you're not trained properly?
Destruction and contamination of evidence.
And when you're dealing now in the area of DNA, you're dealing with minute pieces of evidence, aren't you?
Ultimately, they're minute, yes.
Sometimes microscopic.
Yes, that's correct.
Sometimes they can't even be seen under a microscope.
I don't know. That's way out of my field of expertise. I really don't know that.
Didn't you learn about this in your continuing education?
Want to learn about doing testing on DNA?
Wait. You're arguing with the witness. He says some things you can't see. All right?
What is the importance of footwear impression evidence?
Objection made.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with the term footwear impression evidence?
Yes.
Have you ever read any books? Well, first of all, do you know if there are any books written on footwear impression evidence?
Well, I'm sure they are a collection of evidence, yes.
And that would be something that, to be a homicide investigator, you have to have a broad knowledge of lots of things, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, you have to understand basic forensic pathology.
That's probably a fair term, yeah.
You have to understand the basic workings of a criminalist.
Yes.
You have to understand fingerprint analysis, both latent and patent.
Yes.
You have to understand footwear impression evidence, both latent and patent.
Well, I'm not sure that you have to. You have to know what you're looking at, what you're seeing. Yes, that's why we have experts that assist us in these investigations.
And you direct the experts, don't you?
We point out the items. They do the collection. They do the comparisons and so on and so forth.
But
I don't do that.
You're the one who's walking by with a magnifying glass saying, "This is what I want to preserve."
Like Sherlock Holmes with the magnifying glass? No. Yes, I go into the crime scene to acclimate myself to the scene, to know what's there, so I can direct the criminalist when he gets there for the search for obvious evidence as well as latent evidence that may be there.
Well, you said two things that are interesting. The search to know what's there.
Mm-hmm.
Some things that are there are not apparent. Isn't that correct?
Oh, yeah, that's
And that's where your
definitely true.
expertise comes in. Isn't that true?
What are we talking about here? Fingerprints?
Things that are not apparent.
What? I mean,
Anything that may not be apparent to somebody who is not an expert detective like yourself.
I don't know what we're talking about. There's things that are not apparent here on this floor. What are we talking about?
Well, let's say you were investigating a crime scene and something happened here. Would you want to cordon off this area of the floor for any reason?
Absolutely, yeah.
Why?
For a examination by a criminalist, for trace evidence, for whatever may be there.
What about footwear impression evidence? Is that something that has been emerging in the last 5 years as becoming very important in crime scene investigation?
I think it's something that's been around for a long time, longer than 5 years.
When I say emerging, that there are recently developing new techniques to find latent footprints,
Yes,
to find footwear impression evidence.
yes,
Do you know what I mean by that?
yeah, I sure do.
That if somebody stepped on a carpet, that there are now techniques available to determine what shoe was used to step in that area, even though you can't see anything with the naked eye?
Well, I'm not sure about carpet. Normally they lift those from hard surfaces, not porous surfaces like a carpet.
Have you read any materials in keeping up with the scientific literature on what impressions can be drawn from carpet?
Is there any carpet in this case?
Yes, in 2 locations.
Proceed.
No, I haven't.
This is the first time you've heard about that?
First time I've heard about what?
That you may be able to get very valuable evidence from carpet?
No, it's not the first time I've heard that.
So I take it any area that there was carpet in, nobody would be allowed to go in.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
If there was areas in a crime scene that had carpet, would you prevent people from going in there?
Well, I would prevent anybody that wasn't working the crime scene from going into the crime scene, yes. But to investigate a crime scene, you have to go into a crime scene to investigate it.
But you have to go in carefully, don't you?
Extremely carefully,
And
yeah.
you have to be aware of where potential evidence is.
Absolutely.
And if you're not aware of where potential evidence is, you could destroy potentially exculpatory evidence.
That's a possibility, yes.
And protective clothing is very important with the advancement of DNA collection of evidence, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Are you aware of what is recommended for collecting and preserving DNA evidence?
Overruled.
I don't do the collection and testing of it, so I would have to say no on that.
You're not aware of what should be done.
I just said no, I don't do the collection or the testing of it, so no, I'm not aware.
Well, before you get to collection of evidence, it can also be destroyed or contaminated by even somebody as expert as yourself going into that area. Isn't that true?
Oh, that's always a possibility, yes.
And for that purpose, it is recommended, is it not, that footwear protection be used before entering a bloody crime scene.
Objection.
Grounds.
Speculation.
Sustain.
Are you aware that professional standards require investigators to wear footwear covering when investigating sensitive areas where DNA evidence may appear?
Objection.
Grounds.
Against professional opinion.
Sustain.
It's obvious, is it not, that if you walk in with dirty shoes that you may contaminate a crime scene. Isn't that true?
If you step in the evidence, yes, it is.
And if you had dirty shoes, that you may bring trace evidence from outside into the crime scene. Isn't that a possibility?
Again, if you step in the evidence, yes.
What if you walked into a crime scene, walked on a hair, outside and walked in, is there a chance that hair could be moved from outside inside?
Say that.
Speculation.
Say that again, please.
You walk up to a crime scene and there's a hair that you can't see on the sidewalk. Is there a chance that hair might stick to your shoe and then you carry it in and it can be discovered inside the crime scene?
Objection.
Speculation. Sustained.
What effort does it take to wear footwear coverings?
There wouldn't be much effort to it, I don't think.
Is there any reason not to?
No.
Is there any reason not to wear head coverings in a crime scene?
No.
Is there any reason not to wear coveralls or other protective clothing in a crime scene?
No.
Is there any reason not to wear gloves within a crime scene?
No.
Are these things that would be overly burdensome to do?
No.
When you went through your training at homicide school, wasn't one of the first things you were taught that when you enter a potential crime scene, don't pick up the phone?
Yeah, that's a basic rule, yes.
What's the reason for that rule?
Because you may have the telephone used by the suspect, you may have fingerprints on it, you may have trace evidence on it.
What about using any of the facilities within the crime scene? Turning water on or off?
That should not be done.
Putting out candles?
Nothing should be disturbed until the investigation is completed.
Did you determine whether any of those things were done in this case?
I found out later that the telephone was used, yes.
And that shouldn't have been done. That's the violation of
That shouldn't have
the
been
most
done.
basic rule of crime scene investigation, is it not?
However, in this case, the house did not appear or was not related to the crime scene. There was nothing to indicate that the suspect had ever entered or anything had ever occurred in that residence.
So your opinion today is the suspect in this case has never entered the Bundy residence?
Oh no, I didn't say that at all. It didn't appear that any aspect of the crime had occurred within the residence itself.
When you start investigating a crime scene, you don't know what you're going to find, do you?
Absolutely not.
Therefore, everything is potential evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
And proper procedure would dictate following proper rules, would it not?
Yes.
And if there was evidence that may or may not have some value, what's the rule that you adhere to?
It would be protected, collected, and booked.
All right, when you walked through the crime scene, one of the first things you saw was a Ben & Jerry's ice cream cup and a plastic spoon. Correct?
One of the first things that was pointed out to me, yes.
And that was something that was reported in the notes of the previous homicide investigator that he took note of, correct?
Yes.
So obviously, in doing your detailed note analysis, that's something that he deemed important. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know whether he deemed it important. It was something that he noted.
Is a plastic spoon something that is capable of getting latent fingerprints off of?
I would think so, yes.
What about a paper cup?
Yes.
Is there any reason why those items would not be taken into evidence?
Yeah, they didn't appear to be connected to the crime scene from what I saw.
But you didn't know at that time, did you?
They didn't appear to be connected.
But as of today, it's become an issue in this case, hasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there any reason, what effort would it have taken to take those items into evidence?
There would have been no effort if it was deemed necessary. They still, to this day, don't appear to have any connection to this case.
But you don't know that, do you?
Well, I think that's a fair assumption.
Could you determine, perhaps, who was eating that ice cream by finding fingerprints on the cup?
If they were there, yes.
Might that have some importance?
Well, I think it's been determined who was eating ice cream that night.
Might that have some importance, is my question.
I still don't think it's connected to the crime scene. I don't see any importance to it.
So, Initially, upon walking into a crime scene, you see something that's potential evidence, you determine by yourself, as an experienced detective, it probably doesn't have anything to do with this, so we're just going to ignore it, throw it out. Is that what you're telling us?
I don't understand that. What do you mean? Are you speaking about a certain item? Or are you speaking about any crime scene? Or
I'm talking about this specific item.
about the ice cream?
Yeah, you saw it, you didn't think it was of evidentiary value, even though you have told us it could have a fingerprint on it, and therefore you simply ignored it and had it thrown away.
Sustainer, first question.
You immediately make decisions, don't you?
Not all the time.
You make them very quickly, don't you?
No, not all the time.
And you're not easy to change your opinion, are you?
No, that's not true. I am.
And if you had to do it all over again, you still wouldn't take that ice cream cup.
Gee, Monday morning quarterbacking is wonderful. I still, to this day, don't believe the ice cream is connected to the crime scene at Bundy.
Your Honor, may this be an appropriate time for a recess?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations without the matter being submitted to you. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. We'll stand in recess until 1:30, and Detective Van Adder, you may step down. You're ordered to return at 1:30. Thank you, counsel. So do you wish to, I suggest we wait for Ms. Clark. Alter his order of examination, and we'll take that matter up first thing tomorrow. But I'd like to put in at least an hour or so, get as much done as we can this afternoon. We're going to go past the 3 o'clock hour.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Anything else? Any other surprises? All right, Deputy Magnar, let's have the jurors, please. Members of our jury panel, Detective Van Adder, would you resume the witness stand, please? All right, good afternoon, Detective. You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Shapiro, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Detective Van Adder, over the noon hour, you were requested to find your notes of the activities that took place at Bundy and Rockingham on the 12th through the 13th of June. Have you been able to locate those notes?
I didn't realize I was supposed to do that, but as far as actual physical notes, there aren't any other than the partial statement I was doing on Cato Kalin.
And that consists of 2 paragraphs?
Approximately, yeah.
And that's the extent of what took place as far as recording information by you?
I directed other information be recorded, but yes, that's true.
Now, when you went through your walkthrough at the Bundy crime scene, you told us that took approximately 10 minutes?
Yeah, approximately 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes.
You testified 10 minutes on your direct examination yesterday. Are you more comfortable with 10 to 15 minutes?
That's an approximation, 10.
You weren't keeping any log records of the time you entered the actual scene and left?
No, sir.
Did you check in with somebody at the Bundy address who was keeping such time records?
When I arrived there,
When you arrived and when you walked through, yes.
I signed in on the crime scene log when I arrived, yes.
Would that be something that would be proper to maintain in the crime scene log, how long you spent inside the crime scene?
No.
How long did Detective Lang spend inside the crime scene in his walkthrough?
I believe it was about 15 minutes, approximately 15 minutes.
He was there a little longer than you?
Yes.
And you were not accompanying him at that time?
No, I did not.
You stayed outside on Bundy and Dorothy?
Yes.
And after he finished his walkthrough, did you then immediately go to Rockingham?
It was within a few minutes. We left there at approximately 5 o'clock that morning, yes.
So
We discussed it before we left.
he came out, you discussed it for a few minutes with him as to what he saw,
Yes.
and then the decision was made to go make the notification.
That's correct.
And you left immediately thereafter.
Yes.
Now, according to the logs, Detective Lang arrived at 4:25 in the morning.
That's correct.
And so if he did a 15-minute walkthrough, that would be about 4:40, correct?
If he immediately went on the walkthrough, I'm not sure that that was the sequence of events.
Well, how long did he wait before he went on the walkthrough that you recall?
I really couldn't answer that. I really don't know.
Weren't you concerned with trying to get this thing going and start your investigation?
That's what we did, yes.
So don't you now have about 20 minutes unaccounted for when nothing is being done while you and your partner are there?
I don't understand that.
Well, if Lang, according to the chronological record, arrived at 4:25, did a 15-minute walkthrough, spent a few minutes before and a few minutes after, let's say that would make it 4:45, and there's 15 minutes before you leave. Was there an investigation that you people were doing during that 15 minutes at Bundy?
I think part of the investigation is myself and my partner conversing so we know what we have and so we sort of understand what's going on at that point.
And I take it you notified a criminalist at that point because you now had determined it was a bloody crime scene, did you not?
Not at that point, no.
And you notified the coroner because you wanted to clearly ascertain the time of death.
Not at that point.
And you called for a photographer to videotape the entire crime scene in the most undisturbed way, did you not?
A photographer was there when I got there.
And did you direct the photographer to take an overall view of the complete pattern of all the footwear impressions that you had seen?
I believe my partner did that.
And was that done?
Was that done?
Yeah, the photographer do that? Follow those orders?
To the best of my knowledge,
And
yes.
so you have seen a photograph that shows the entire pathway with all the footprints that you intend to talk about in this case?
I believe it does, yes.
And did you call for someone to videotape the entire crime scene?
No, sir, I did not.
And did you call for a light truck to illuminate the area so that you could better ascertain whether or not there might be another matching glove to the one that you had seen by the body of Ronald Goldman?
I did not.
And did you cause a grid search to be done of the location to look for a matching or second glove at that location?
No, I didn't.
As a detective, would you agree that it is important for you to be able to prioritize what you're going to do regarding a crime scene investigation?
Yes.
Some things are more important than others. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're all important. That's a general statement. Everything's important.
But you can't do everything at the same time, can you?
No, I wish I could.
So therefore you have to prioritize, don't you?
According to what the scene is, yes. Each one is different. Each one has different priorities.
And if you had to prioritize between notifying the ex-husband of a victim and beginning a crime scene investigation, what one of the two would you feel would be more important?
Putting it just in those terms, with the other circumstances left out, I would say start the crime scene investigation, but there were other circumstances that came into play in this.
And how many officers would you use to make a death notification, personally?
That would depend on the circumstances.
And is there any criteria as to who can make a death notification within the Los Angeles Police Department?
As to who?
Yes.
I would think any sworn personnel could.
Now, Commander Bushy is the commander of the West Bureau, is that correct?
He's the assistant commander, I believe, of West Bureau.
And West Bureau does not encompass the robbery homicide division, does it not? Does it?
No,
It does not, I should say.
it does not.
And that order that you heard about secondhand was from Detective Phillips, who was told by Commander Bushy that he should make a personal notification. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And during the hour and 5 minutes that Detective Phillips was waiting for you, did you ask him if he had gone to make a personal notification?
He told me that he hadn't.
Did you ask him why he didn't? Why he was just deciding to stand out in the middle of the street for an hour and 5 minutes?
No.
Isn't that something that could easily have been done by Detective Phillips, to your knowledge?
That could have been done, but that would not be the proper way to do it without us being present.
And what about Detective Furman? Could he have gone with Detective Phillips to make a death notification?
Of course he could have, but it still wouldn't have been the proper way without us being there.
Well, what about Lieutenant Rogers, who was your supervisor? Could he have gone?
Certainly.
He's not a homicide investigator, is he?
No, he's a supervisor.
He's not an investigator, is he?
He's a lieutenant.
Is he an investigator?
By rank or...
Is it his job to investigate homicide scenes?
No, it's his job to supervise.
So he from your bureau could have gone and made the notification.
Certainly.
And the 25 other people that were there could have gone to make the notification.
That's correct.
And as far as directions to that location, once you were at Bundy, would you have any difficulty if somebody there said the location that you want to go to is at Rockingham and Sunset, take Sunset about 2 miles and turn right on Rockingham, 3 blocks? Would you be able to follow those directions?
Me personally?
Yes.
Yes.
So you didn't need anybody to take you to that location, did you?
Well, yeah, because we didn't know where the location was and we thought it would speed up the process. Plus, we needed their assistance,
Well, let's
as
talk
I'd
about
explained before.
just where the location was. You've already conceded that if somebody told you to go west on Sunset to Rockingham and turn right, go up 3 blocks, you would have been able to follow that and find that, would you not?
Certainly I could have.
And it's not a difficult location to find, is it?
No.
Not hidden in any way?
No.
And at the time you arrived, you had for the first time met Detectives Phillips and Furman, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were there to notify them that, or to officially take over, because they had been notified they'd been relieved.
That's correct.
And in police practice, I take it that this is a big case. Would you agree with that?
That's a very subjective term. It's a big case because the press and the media has made it a big case. All homicides to me, are big cases.
And that to be involved in a case like this from a detective's point of view is a feather in your cap, is it not?
Not in my cap, no.
And
No.
to be relieved from a case like this would be a tremendous disappointment for a young detective, would it not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've also told us that you went over, did anybody tell you you should go to Rockingham to check on the welfare of the children?
That question, I don't follow that question. The children's welfare was not, the children were at West LA Station.
Did anybody tell you to go to Rockingham because the children's welfare was at issue?
No, that was a determination that myself and my partner made.
And so you determined with all the officers in the juvenile division, all the officers at West Los Angeles, all the members available to take care of juveniles, you were going to take it upon yourself to prioritize and put that interest first. Is that your testimony?
That was one of my priorities, absolutely.
You're not a juvenile officer.
No, but I think we went through this once before. I had two very young children that had been taken from their bed, from their home, by uniformed police officers at a scene that their mother had been murdered at. And that's very, very traumatic for adults, besides thinking about minor children. To me, these children are very, very important people, and they have to be cared for. And to be sitting in a police station is a very traumatic thing for children, and that was very important to me to try and get them with family members.
And I agree with you. But in balancing that against the 25 other officers who were at the scene who could have performed the same function, and you being the only person who could admit people into the crime scene, is it your opinion that others could have equally satisfied the requirement of taking care of these young children who are in such desperate need of being reunited?
I'm sort of lost on the question. Could someone else have done what I did?
Regarding the children?
Certainly someone else could have.
Yes, no one else other than Lang and yourself could have allowed access into the crime scene.
At that point, I would say no.
But yet you chose to leave the crime scene not only with yourself and with your partner, but with the only two other investigators in the homicide area who could have also had some seasoning regarding the entry and exit into a crime scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the scene is left now not to be investigated at all, with the four people who have expertise in homicide investigations, so you can go do two things: notify the ex-spouse of the death and to provide in West LA for the care and comfort of the two young children.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your purpose in taking four officers to go to the Rockingham estate was solely for the notification. Is that correct?
Our purpose for taking four officers was actually twofold. Number one, they could direct us to the location because Furman had been there before. And number two, we intended on them helping us with the notification, helping Mr. Simpson to make a disposition of the children, for us to meet Mr. Simpson for a later interview.
Well, this wouldn't be a good time to establish a rapport with Mr. Simpson, would it?
It's as good a time as any time.
So you're going to knock on the door, tell Mr. Simpson you have horrible news, that his ex-wife has just been murdered, and plus we'd like to get to know you and talk about this, so let's just sit down and talk for a while? Is that what you're telling us, sir?
No, we didn't intend to interview him then. We intended to meet him, go back, do the crime scene, and set up a later interview with him.
Well, you had additional information regarding Mr. Simpson when you went over there, didn't you?
I had information, Detective Furman told us that he had been at the location before on a 415 dispute call, yes.
And he told you that resulted. Did he also tell you that there had been previous incidents of domestic violence regarding O.J. Simpson and Nicole Brown Simpson?
He didn't tell me that, no. He told me he had been there on a previous incident.
Did he tell your partner there had been previous incidents of domestic violence?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Oh. There could have been some conversation about an 89 incident. What I recall most is he stated that he had been there on a previous radio call and knew where the location was, and that the radio call was in regards to a 415 family dispute.
You have reviewed the report that's entitled a follow-up report, have you not?
Yes.
And that's really a misnomer because it doesn't follow up to any other report that was done by your Detective Lang, does it?
A misnomer?
When it says follow-up report, doesn't that tend to cause one to think that there was a report before this, that this follows?
Well, there was a report before that.
Done by you and Lang?
Yes.
At the preliminary hearing, you were asked that question. You said there wasn't. Do you recall that testimony?
No, I don't recall saying that, no.
We'll show that to you in a minute. So you're telling me now that it was Furman who gave you the information regarding the domestic violence. Is that correct? Or Lang?
It was a conversation that was had in the street, and I believe all four of us was there. And as I recall, Furman said something to Phillips, and I'm not sure whether it was Furman or Phillips that relayed the information. My information was that Furman had been there earlier.
Do you have any information that Mr. Simpson had previously been arrested? Or just that they responded to a 415?
Well, I think my information is Mr. Simpson was never arrested on that case. I think that's the information.
And isn't it true, sir, that one of the reasons that you wanted to leave the crime scene and go to the Simpson residence was because you had information that there had been previous instances of domestic violence, and you immediately suspected the ex-husband as being the person responsible in these cases?
No, that's not true.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Actually, let me put this up on the Elmo. We've already talked about this. If you Page 880. I just have a. I thought we took this up earlier.
Is this the last sentence?
No, this is on another report.
All right, I don't believe we took that up specifically.
All right, let me approach it another way. If he objects to this, let me ask you this. You have read the murder follow-up report, have you not?
Yes.
And are there any errors or omissions in that report?
Errors or omissions? I'm comfortable with the report, if that's what you're asking me.
And you stand by that report, do you not?
Well, I think it's a general overall view of what occurred, yes.
Well, it's more than that. It's the only recordation that you and your partner have done regarding this case. Isn't that correct?
No.
You'll show us later what other recordations you and your partner have done.
Well, I think I testified earlier that there's been death reports made on both victims and murder reports made on both victims.
I'm talking about the facts surrounding the investigation and the information you had. Are there any other reports along those areas that were done by you or your partner, sir?
Well, there's been reports done through the entire investigation. There's 3 books full of reports.
Well, you'll pull those for us, okay, the ones that you and your partner have done.
Is that a question?
Would you do that for us, please? That's a request. Not now. Not now.
There's 3 books of reports.
Well, maybe you can do that tonight. Let me draw your attention to the second paragraph and ask you to read that. like to read that?
Yes.
And does that refresh your memory as what Detective Phillips told you and Detective Lang?
That's a possibility that he said that, yes. But again, my information is Mr. Simpson was never arrested on that case.
What does your report indicate in that regard, sir?
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. The entire paragraph?
Well, let's read the part of what Detective Phillips told you.
Phillips stated that victim Brown was the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson, the well-known athlete actor. Additionally, Phillips stated that Mr. Simpson and victim 1 had been embroiled in a previous domestic violence situation, one of these resulting in the arrest of Mr. Simpson.
You said in a previous domestic violence situation. Is that what it says, sir?
That's what the report says, yes.
It doesn't say in previous domestic violence situations, plural?
Situations, yeah.
Is there a difference between situation and situation, sir?
One is plural and one is singular, yes.
Is there any significance to that in putting that in a report?
Significance? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Apparently, that's referring to more than one incident.
Now, the location that you were going to was Rockingham, is that correct? 360 North Rockingham from Bundy?
From Bundy, yes.
And you came down Rockingham as you've shown us in that nice video that you prepared, is that correct?
What's the question?
You came down Rockingham when you were going to the house. When you were trying to locate the address of 360 North Rockingham.
We drove north on Rockingham, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah,
That was my question.
I
I'm sorry.
didn't understand your question.
You guys have to stop talking over each other here.
I want to make it clear. And when you drove up, you saw a gate and an address, 360 North Rockingham, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you park on Rockingham?
I don't know. I followed Detective Phillips and parked behind him.
If you were looking
no
for
reason.
I'm sorry. Did you finish?
No reason.
Clearly there was an entrance on Rockingham,
Yes.
and clearly the front door faced Rockingham.
Well, I don't think I could tell that as I drove up the street. I couldn't see the front door.
You could see the front door through the gate, couldn't you?
And when I walked over and looked, yes. But when I was driving up, I didn't see it.
Isn't it true, sir, that you were going over to Rockingham in addition to making what you have said is a notification to look for criminal activity?
I think it crossed my mind, not criminal activity. I think it crossed my mind to check on the welfare because of the closeness of the scene and the violence of the scene.
The welfare of whom?
The welfare of the occupants of the home, since there was a tie to the two locations.
And who did you determine were the occupants of the home?
Which home, sir?
The home you were going to check on the welfare of the occupants in.
Mr. Simpson's home.
Well, who were the occupants of that home that you went to check on?
At that point,
Yeah.
anybody that was there.
Well, didn't you have something fixed in your mind when you say you were going to check on the welfare of somebody? Whose welfare were you going to check on, sir?
Mr. Simpson.
Because you were concerned about him, weren't you?
I wasn't so much concerned about him. I was I had concerns for the children. I wanted to meet him. I was informed that a commander of the police department had ordered a in-person notification. And I knew it was going to be a very newsworthy case, and I thought it best that we make a notification before the press did.
Have you memorized that response? It's about the third time you've given it to us.
Sustained. Curious to disregard that last comment.
Is that the verbatim response you gave at the preliminary hearing?
I don't know.
Sustained. Mr. Shapiro, when I caution you on something, I don't expect the next question to be the same thing.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. My question was, were you concerned with the health and welfare of O.J. Simpson when you went to Rockingham?
Not until I got there. I mean, there's always a concern when you have relatives, but not until other criteria was met.
In order to make this notification now, 4 detectives arrive at Rockingham. Before you went there, because of these concerns, I take it you notified the communications department as to where you were going.
No.
Because of your concerns about welfare, I take it that you called for black and whites to meet you there.
After I got there, I did, yes.
Upon arrival, you called for black and whites?
No, after other circumstances were met.
How long did it take for you to call for black and whites?
Probably 15, 20 minutes.
What time did you call for the black and whites?
I didn't do it. I don't know exactly.
Is that recorded in your log somewhere?
No.
You testified that for 10 to 15 minutes, 4 detectives took turns ringing the buzzer that activated a telephone that you could hear ringing from outside. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And would you say that that telephone rings for about a second before another ring comes on?
Ooh, I don't know. There were 5 or 6 rings before it stopped.
Would you say that since you could hear it outside, it would be your opinion that clearly somebody could hear it inside if somebody was inside? Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you say that 10 to 15 minutes is a very long time to ring someone?
At 5 in the morning? I don't know. I don't know whether that is or not.
Have you ever called someone to try to get someone on the telephone and let the telephone ring for 10 to 15 minutes?
I don't think so, no. I don't know for sure.
And the 4 detectives are now taking turns pushing this buzzer device on the gate?
Well, I think there were 3 of us that rang it. I don't ever recall Furman ringing the bell.
Now, Furman's role in coming there was purely to show you how to get there? Is that your testimony?
An assist?
Overrule.
You can answer that.
No.
Was he coming as a backup unit for you?
No.
Was he coming to help you investigate?
No.
Was he coming to introduce you to Mr. Simpson?
No.
Was he coming to help you in the notification?
He was coming. We were going to make the notification. He was coming to assist Mr. Simpson if he needed assistance.
And he had volunteered for that?
No, we asked him to accompany us.
You asked him to come with you to help Mr. Simpson in case Mr. Simpson needed some help. Is that correct?
That was part of the reasoning, yes.
And Detective Phillips, why was he coming?
Same reason.
He was coming to see if he would help Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
And where in your reports did you indicate that this was your state of mind, sir?
I don't know that I did.
And where in your previous testimony before the grand jury did you indicate this was your previous state of mind?
I think I testified they were there to assist us.
And where in your previous testimony under oath at a preliminary hearing did you indicate the reason they were coming was to help Mr. Simpson, sir?
I again testified they were there to assist us.
After ringing the bell for 10 or 15 minutes, which activated a telephone that you clearly heard ringing, then you decided to try to call Mr. Simpson on another telephone?
That was, yes, after noticing that the place had private security, requested that we get a telephone number from them, yes.
How would that assist you if the telephone that was currently ringing was not being of any value?
We were trying anything to make contact with within the residence.
And as a policeman, do you have the ability to get the phone numbers of residents of homes?
Sometimes, not all the time.
Did you attempt to get the phone number of O.J. Simpson through police channels?
Yes.
What police channels did you use?
Contacted the watch commander and asked him to contact West Tech Security to see if they had a phone number for him.
What about the telephone company? Anybody think of calling the telephone company?
Well, if it's a published number, you can get it. If it's non-published, you cannot get it.
So, and even policemen can't get that?
That's correct.
So if you called up the supervisor at the telephone company that services that area and said, this is an emergency situation, identified yourself, we have to get in touch with Mr. Simpson, can you get the phone number? They would not be able to help you.
They would tell you to get a search warrant if it was a non-published number.
For an emergency?
For anything.
In contacting West Tech, did you ask them to come out to the location?
I didn't contact them. I think the thrust of it was to attempt to find out if there was any travel plans and if they had a phone number.
Did anybody ask West Tech to come out to the location?
I don't know that.
Did anybody check with West Tech as to whether it was Mr. Simpson's habit and custom to notify West Tech every time he went out of town?
Not to my knowledge.
You eventually got another number that rang with the same type of ringing that you were getting from the front door, is that correct?
From the front door?
Well, from the door, from the buzzer outside the gate.
It was a telephone number that rang, yes.
And it was the same type of ring that you heard that when you pressed the button at the gate.
I didn't make the phone call, but I would say that was probably a good assumption, yes.
And are you aware of getting a recording from an answering machine?
I was told that, yes.
And you were told that the answering machine said, "This is O.J., I'm out of town. I'll be back on Monday"?
No, I don't recall that. I was told that there was an answer, something to the effect, "This is O.J., I'm not home now," or something like that.
You testified at the grand jury that the only response that came on the machine was O.J. Do you recall that testimony?
No, I don't.
Did you try to use any type of bullhorn to get Mr. Simpson's attention?
No, sir.
Did you try to flash any lights into the house to get his attention?
Other than shining my flashlight into the driveway, no.
Regarding the lighting in the driveway, you told us that the front door was well lit when you arrived. Isn't that correct?
No, I didn't say that. No.
Aren't there coach lights on the front door?
I don't know that. I recall a light being on toward the front door, someplace inside the residence, and then toward the south side of the house. And then, as I recall, there was one on upstairs that could have been the same light that was illuminating up and down.
How many times have you been to that location?
Twice.
How many times have you seen photographs of that location?
Several times, I don't know.
And it's your testimony that you don't know whether or not there are coach lights at the front entrance?
Oh, that's a possibility. I don't recall right now that there are coach lights there.
And isn't it true, sir, that there is a halogen street light at the adjacent corner of Ashford and Rockingham that completely illuminates the front door?
No, that wouldn't be true. The front door is recessed, as I recall. There may be a light there that illuminates part of the driveway, but the front door itself is recessed.
Does it illuminate the area walking immediately up to the front door, the brick area?
I could see up to the front of the house, yes.
And it's very bright in that area because of that halogen light, is it not?
I don't know whether it's real bright. I could see up there.
See clearly?
I could see up there. I could see there was no one there.
Now, at any time, did you give any directions to Detective Furman to conduct an investigation outside the residence?
No.
You're in charge, is that correct?
I'm one of the people in charge, yes.
Detective Lang.
Yes.
The other people are there only to assist you.
Yes.
They're working at your direction now.
They're experienced police officers. They don't necessarily work at my direction.
Well, you would not allow them to independently do anything at the Bundy crime scene, would you?
I don't know what you mean by that. Independently do.
Any type of investigation at the Bundy crime scene, all they were allowed to do was stand in the street and wait for you to come up. Isn't that correct?
Well, I wasn't there. That was not my order.
And so therefore you wouldn't allow them to do anything at the Rockingham crime scene, would you, without your direction?
Oh, that's not true. They're experienced police officers.
So they can do whatever they want?
No. That's misreading. Experienced police officers have the ability to work without direct supervision at all times.
So, in your opinion, Mark Furman could do whatever he wanted based on his experience at the Rockingham scene?
Ask me that again, please.
Based on Mark Furman's experience as a detective, which you were unaware of, he had the implicit permission from you to do any investigation he wanted at the Rockingham location.
I think the four of us were working. Yes, we're all police officers.
I want to make sure I have your answer correctly. That Mark Furman had the independent right to do any investigation he wanted at the Rockingham crime scene.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Was it your state of mind, as one of the two lead detectives, that Mark Furman had the right, based on the fact that he was a detective, to do an independent investigation at Rockingham?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Perhaps, Your Honor,
The problem here is independent.
did Detective Furman have the right to conduct an investigation at Rockingham without your precise direction?
Of course he did. He's a Los Angeles police officer.
And that's what he did, isn't it?
Yes.
Even though he had been removed from this case and told by you that the only thing he could do was, at Bundy, was to secure the scene and stay outside, now at Rockingham he can do whatever he wants.
Sustained.
He's free to conduct an investigation at Rockingham. Is that correct?
He's there to assist me in the investigation, yes.
Did you hear his testimony, sir?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear him testify that while you guys were ringing the door, he decided just to take a walk down Rockingham?
Yes.
Was that something that you asked him to do?
No, but I don't have him on a leash either.
Yeah,
He's a capable man. He's capable of walking around, and I don't follow him at all times.
Isn't he there to help you?
That was part of his assistance at that point.
It's just walking around?
Sure.
Taking a little walk?
Sure, why not? I did too.
I thought this became a situation where you were really concerned about people's welfare.
This was a situation I was concerned about people's welfare.
Isn't it inconsistent if you're concerned about people's welfare that you'll just simply take a walk?
Well, I'm not sure that he simply took a walk. He walked down toward the Rockingham Gate. I don't know what his state of mind was when he was walking down through there.
Did he call you over to the Bronco?
He did at one point, yes.
How did he do that?
I was standing in the intersection or near the intersection of Ashford and Rockingham, and I saw him walk a little way toward me from the vehicle and call, "Hey, Phil, come over here."
What were you doing standing in the intersection?
I was standing adjacent or close to Detective Phillips, who was talking with one of the West Tech people.
Where was Detective Lang?
Believe he was between me and the intersection and the Ashford Gate at that time.
So you had abandoned your attempts to try to get in?
And no, we were working with West Tech, trying to get additional information at that point.
What information were you trying to get from West Tech?
If there were travel plans, if they knew whether there was anyone home, if they had access to the location.
And you had to wait for somebody from West Tech to come out? Couldn't you get that via your police radio and communication system?
Could I have?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. While we were trying to secure that through the watch commander, a West Tech unit drove up. Just drove by the location.
Just kind of coincidentally, huh?
Coincidentally, he drove by and we stopped him.
Had the black and white arrived at that time?
I believe it was in the same time frame that the black and white arrived, yes.
When you drove up to Rockingham, did you notice the Bronco initially?
I saw the car parked, yes.
Did you see it parked unusually?
It looked like it was hastily parked.
Hastily parked?
Yeah.
Do you find that people who lock cars hastily park cars?
That's subjective too. I guess that could be a yes or no either way.
How far from the curb was the front wheel of the car, of the vehicle? Yes, it's a truck-like vehicle.
Closer than the rear wheel.
What's the difference? A couple inches?
I don't know.
Did you measure it?
No.
Did you ask anybody to measure it? To this day? From
No.
your photographs?
No.
Isn't it true, sir, that the curb area where there is concrete is 1 foot?
That's a possibility.
And that the tires on the front and the back are both touching that area?
As I recall from the picture, the tire in the back is sitting on the asphalt portion of the street.
How close is it to the concrete?
I don't know.
The fact that it was hastily parked, did that cause you any concern?
Not at that point, no.
Is it something you observed as a policeman?
Something I was driving the car, I would have either had to see the car or probably run into the car, yeah.
Have you described that as the rear end jutting out more than the front in any official reports?
Probably.
And you think that's a fair description?
Well, I think the rear end was sticking out farther than the front end, yes.
Did Mark Furman have a flashlight when he was over at the Bronco?
Mark Furman carried a flashlight on his belt, yes.
What kind of flashlight?
Small stream light.
What size?
A small stream light. That was carried in a little leather holder on his belt.
When you had a more powerful flashlight?
Yes.
Did he talk to you when he asked you to come over to the Bronco?
He did when I got there, yeah.
Did he signal you over in any way?
No, he called me over.
What did he say?
Hey, Phil, come here. I want to show you something.
And what did he show you?
He showed me a spot above the door handle.
That's the first thing he showed you.
Well, I had been there previously.
Is that the first thing Mark Furman showed you, yes or no? At the Bronco?
At what point, sir?
The time you were at Rockingham is the first thing that Mark Furman shows you a spot of blood.
No.
What's the first thing Mark Furman shows you?
I walked over there previously. Mark Furman was there. I saw he shined a light, and I shined my light into the back of the vehicle. And then I walked back toward the intersection, and that's when he called me back.
Did he show you into the back of the vehicle? Did he direct your attention to the back of the vehicle and tell you to look at something? Or is it your testimony that both of you simultaneously were at the back of the vehicle, both had your flashlights, and both looked in and saw the same thing at the same time? Is that your testimony, sir?
No, he directed me to look in the back of the vehicle.
What did he say to you when you came over?
I really don't recall the conversation other than he directed me to look in the back of the vehicle, and as I walked up, I saw a piece of wood lying on the parkway.
Just excuse me for one moment. And what did you see when you first looked into that vehicle from the rear window?
I saw a package, I believe addressed to Orenthal Productions or something like that.
Or something like that?
Well, I don't recall the actual address. It was Orenthal Productions or O.J. Simpson Productions, something like that.
Now, didn't you make a big point of saying it was Orenthal Productions and you knew that meant O.J. Simpson?
Well, I knew that meant O.J. Simpson, yes.
And I take it you took that as part of the evidence in this case?
Well, the entire car was impounded with it in it. Yes.
So that package is in evidence?
I don't know that.
You would assume that it's in evidence.
Well, the entire car was impounded, yes.
And everything in it should be in evidence then. Is that correct? Did you see anything else at that time in the back of the car?
Yes.
What'd you see?
A shovel and a piece of plastic, what appeared to be a folded up piece of plastic, and a white cloth.
Let me show you Detective Lang, your report again. That was...
Detective Van Adder.
I'm sorry?
Detective Van Adder.
I said Detective Lang and his report. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right.
He's
I
detective.
misheard you.
He's Detective Van Adder.
Yes, I know. I thought
Thank
you
you.
said. I thought you were addressing him as Detective Lang.
No.
All right.
That's Detective.
Yes, I recognize him.
All right. I want to direct you to the report that you have talked about before. That is the follow-up report, and ask you to tell us where in that report it indicates that you observed a shovel in the back of the Bronco.
I think we've had this discussion previously. It doesn't.
And you kind of say that like laughing. Is there something funny about it not being in there?
Nothing at all, sir. It isn't in there.
Is there anything funny about this examination?
Nothing whatsoever.
Did you find any plastic? Did you indicate in your report there was any plastic in there?
No.
Those are important things for observations for a detailed report, aren't they?
If they're important to the case, yes.
In fact, you indicated in that report at that time Detective Furman showed you blood.
That's what the report says, yes.
That's not true, is it?
Well, I was there twice. He showed me blood at one point, yes.
But the report is not accurate and is not consistent with what you've just told us, is it?
The report is an overview of the investigation. It's not a second-by-second account of what occurred.
No, whether it's second by second there are crucial things that are not included in this report that you testified to. Is that correct?
That's possible, yes.
And you told us earlier that when you wrote this report, it was an accurate report and there were no errors or omissions in the report, did you not?
Objection to the state's
Sustained.
Did you ask Detective Phillips to look around that truck to see if he could find any evidence?
Detective Phillips? No, I did not.
Did you ask Detective Furman to look around that truck to see if he could find any evidence?
No.
Did you ask Detective Lang to look around that truck?
No.
Did you look around that truck
Yes.
after you were directed by someone else?
Well, I walked down there first and then was called over to the truck.
So
yes.
what you're telling me is there are 4 detectives, 2 lead detectives that are there, and none of you examined the truck with the exception of Detective Mark Furman. Is that correct?
He was the first one that did, yes.
And he's the one who discovered the blood drop on the door handle.
That's correct, yes.
Now, you heard him testify that there were blood smears on the bottom of the door, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you see those?
I did at a later time. I don't recall him showing them to me that night.
You previously testified you didn't see them, haven't you?
I saw a report that was done by the criminalist. I don't recall seeing him that evening or that morning.
In fact, you previously testified you didn't see any blood on the bottom of the Bronco, didn't you?
That I didn't?
Did not.
I don't recall seeing any blood on the bottom of the Bronco.
And where in your report did you indicate that there was, in addition to a spot on the door handle, that there was blood on the bottom of the Bronco, sir?
Where did I indicate that?
Yes.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Did you indicate it in your report?
I don't know. I would have to read the entire report to tell you that.
Well, I don't want to interrupt the valuable jury time now. Maybe you can do that tonight and read that report and give us that answer tomorrow. We'll go on to something else.
Objection to the motion to strike.
Jurors to disregard the comment.
The time sequence of arriving at Rockingham was at about 5:05.
Between 5:05 and 5:10, yeah.
And then you went to the front gate on Ashford and rang the bell for 10 to 15 minutes.
That's correct.
That takes you to about 5:20 or 5:25.
Approximately, yes.
And at that point in time, Detective Furman starts to walk away from your group.
At what point in time?
What I'm going to ask you, at what point in time does Detective Furman start to walk away from the group?
Well, we were all moving around there. We weren't standing in a real tight cluster. We were all moving around.
Yeah, but he went down Rockingham.
Yes, he did. At one point, I believe when we originally stopped the first West Tech unit, I saw him walking down the street.
What time was that?
Would have probably been around 5:30 in the morning. 5:25, 5:30.
That he first walked towards the Bronco.
That I saw him, yes.
And the first time that you looked in the Bronco was what time?
Just shortly after that, I walked down there.
Give us an estimate.
5:25, 5:30.
And then you came back?
Then I walked back toward where the West Tech unit was with Detective Phillips.
And how long
And-
did you spend there?
Short time. He made a phone call inside the residence and told me that he had gotten a answer phone.
And that's when you were trying to locate O.J. Simpson.
Still trying to this entire time, yes.
And why didn't you ask West Tech for an emergency number for O.J.?
Well, I think that was the purpose of us asking them.
And didn't they have, in case of emergency, to contact his secretary?
I don't know that. I don't
Because
know.
you didn't ask, right?
I didn't ask, no.
And you didn't ask anyone to ask.
I didn't even know that he had a secretary.
And nobody thought of that question, did they?
I don't think that was asked, not to my knowledge.
And then you went back the second time to look at the Bronco?
I was called back, yes.
What time was that?
Around 5:30.
And how long did you spend at the Bronco at that time?
Not very long, short time. We spoke. Maybe 5 minutes, I don't know. I
That
don't know
takes you to
exactly.
5:35?
Approximately, yeah.
And when you saw that little speck, I take it at that point in time you wanted to check the entire Bronco to see if there was any other blood or any other possible evidence, did you not?
At that point, I was becoming very concerned about the location. And I could see that the vehicle was locked. And my concern at that point was that maybe I had another crime scene or someone injured or hurt.
How could you see the vehicle was locked?
You could see the lock knobs on the door.
What about the rear gate latch? Did you check that?
No, I did not.
So you don't know if that was open or locked, did you?
No, I don't.
What was the difference whether the vehicle was locked or not?
Well, I was...
Did you want to get into it?
No, not
You
at
had
that
no-
point.
You had just come from a bloody crime scene. You are now at the home of somebody who had previously been involved in domestic violence situations. You see a shovel in the back and blood on the car, and you do not want to look in that car? Is that your testimony, sir?
No, my testimony is I was concerned with any possible occupants that may be at the home.
You've already told us that. You were concerned about O.J. Simpson's welfare when you saw that, right?
O.J. Simpson and possibly a maid that was supposed to be there, yes.
And so you voiced that concern to the West Tech people, didn't you? And say, this is an emergency, we've got to find O.J. and the maid, didn't you?
I believe that was related to him by Detective Phillips, yes.
And you asked them to find emergency numbers so you could find O.J. because now an emergency had developed, did you not?
I didn't know.
You asked other officers to do that, didn't you?
I believe Phillips was doing that.
Was doing that?
Yeah.
Do you have any information that he did do that?
Phillips was talking with West Tech. I don't know that he asked him for emergency numbers. I don't even know that they have to this day that they have an emergency number on it.
You haven't checked that, have you?
No, I have not.
That wouldn't be something you'd want to know, is it?
At this point, I don't think so.
Your Honor, can you just tell me how long you would like me to continue? I have a lot more material to cover.
A lot more?
Yes.
How about we talked about two other subject matter
Yes,
areas?
but it's going to take a while to get to those two subjects.
Well, I prefer you go at least to the quarter till.
Thank you.
That'll give us the full afternoon session.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Right.
Thank you. I take it at that point in time you immediately called the command post and said, we have a potential emergency situation here. We're going in.
No, I didn't.
Isn't that proper police procedure?
That would depend on the situation.
Well, you've previously testified under oath that you thought there might be suspects related to the murder of Nicole Brown Simpson at the O.J. Simpson residence, have you not?
I was not really concerned with suspects at that time. I was concerned with the welfare of the occupants of the home.
My question was, have you previously testified there may be suspects there?
Well, there could have been suspects there.
No,
I didn't know
question-
what was there.
My question was, have you previously testified there were suspects there?
Like I said, sir, there could have been suspects there. There could have been victims. I didn't know what was there.
And it could have been a murder, another murder scene. You've testified to that previously.
Certainly could have, yes.
And people could be dying there. You've heard testimony to that by other officers, have you not?
Well, that was my feeling too. That
People
was
could
one of the
be-
possibilities.
People could be bleeding.
Absolutely.
You could have a hostage situation.
That was a possibility.
You could have a kidnapping.
I don't know that that related to a kidnapping. Any possible scenario is possible. It could have been anything. I didn't know what was there.
No, I'm asking about what you or others have previously testified could have been the situation of regarding your state of mind when you were at Rockingham.
Is that a question?
Yes.
My state of mind was I was concerned with the occupants of the home. I was concerned that I could have another crime scene. People could be injured. This could have been an extension of the murders that I had just left. There could be people down. There could be injured people. It could have been any scenario.
So this is where your adrenaline really starts to rush, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know that that's a fair statement with me. I don't have big adrenaline rushes.
No? You've been doing it long enough that...
Well, I don't even think it's that. I don't have big adrenaline rushes.
Must have been a pretty scary situation to go in that location not knowing what was there with your experience. Isn't that correct?
Every situation you go into, you have butterflies because you don't know what you're going into.
And there are people who are specially trained for the situations you've just enumerated, aren't there?
There's people specially trained for tactical situations, yes.
Aren't there people specially trained for hostage situations?
Tactical situations, yes.
Well, I don't know what that means, but hostage situations, I know
Well,
what that
a
means.
hostage situation is a tactical situation.
So we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
And aren't there people specially trained if somebody is dying or bleeding? How to save lives. You're not trained in that, are you?
Well, I'm CPR certified.
Are you a
but
paramedic?
No. Excuse me, first aid certified. I'm sorry, I misspoke that. I think to take the time to call someone from another location to come and check that would be a dereliction of duty. I think it was our duty to go in there and look and see if there was something wrong.
Well, you've already been out there for 35 minutes and seemed to be pretty casual about what was going on. Now all of a sudden you don't have time to make a phone call with one of 4 officers to call for either a backup unit or call a command post and say, hey, I don't know what we have, but we better get some more support here. We better get some paramedics. We better get some emergency equipment. I really don't know what we have, but I'm telling you, my instincts as a detective tell me it is serious.
We
Did
called
you do
for a
that?
backup unit. We had a black and white vehicle there.
Well, that was already there.
We called for them.
That was before you decided it was an emergency.
No, that was part of the process. That was the emergency came back from a set of circumstances that didn't all occur at one time. And that was a set of circumstances that occurred over a period of time.
So you had a patrol vehicle there.
Yes, that's correct.
Specially trained officers or not?
Uniformed police officers.
How many?
2.
And did you give them any direction at the time they arrived?
I don't think I talked to them when they first arrived. I don't think I actually spoke to them.
You called for them. It was an emergency situation. You had to come out, but you didn't tell them what to do?
I think we're talking semantics. I think you're relating to a tactical situation. I'm talking about an emergency situation. They're 2 different things.
Well, let's say it was an emergency situation that you're referring to. In an emergency situation, you've called for a black and white backup. They come and rush to the location, and you don't tell them what to do, what the emergency is?
Again, I think we're talking semantics. I think what you're relating to is a tactical situation where you know the situation that you have. And you could say that you have a tactical situation that's an emergency if you know you have a suspect or you know you have a hostage, or you know for a fact that you have someone that's injured. We didn't know all these things. This was a situation that had to be determined.
So you don't believe in being prepared?
I don't understand. I don't believe in being prepared. I think I go into every situation attempting to be prepared.
So at that point in time, did you alone determine that it was time to jump over the wall?
There was a decision that was made from speaking with my partner and the other two detectives.
So it was a joint decision by you, Mark Furman, and Detective Phillips?
Mainly myself and Detective Lang.
Well, when you say mainly, did all of you discuss it, or just the two
Well,
of you
we were all
discuss it?
standing there talking. It was a decision that was left up to myself and Lang.
And you both said, let's go in?
Exactly.
And you elected Mark Furman because he was the youngest and the most athletic to climb the wall?
That's part of the reason, yes.
Did he have any protective gear on when he went over the wall?
No, he did not.
Did you have any protective gear on backing him up?
No,
Did any of the two other officers, detectives there, have protective gear on?
not to my knowledge.
Did anybody pull out any shotguns to back them up in case you were going to encounter a suspect or suspects inside?
No.
Did you notify the two uniformed officers to come up and back you up that you're going in now?
I think they were called to the gate to stand by the gate, yes.
They were?
Yes, I believe so.
Where in your report did you indicate that?
I don't know that I did.
Where in your previous testimony have you said that?
I said I think they were called to the Ashford gate, or they came over there on their own when we went over the fence.
Are you telling this jury that you did not sit down with two uniformed officers, tell them what the emergency was, and give them instructions to cover your back because you four guys are going in?
They were told we were going in
Did you tell them what to do?
to stand by the gate.
Just to stand there?
Yeah.
Did you tell them to get shotguns, get ready? This is what we've got, guys. This is a potential emergency. You never said that, did you?
No, again, Mr. Shapiro, I think you're confusing an emergency situation with a tactical situation. If I would have had a tactical situation and knew that I had a suspect, or knew that I had a hostage, or knew that I had a murder suspect in there, it would have been handled totally different. This was a situation where I was worried that something had occurred there, possibly like had occurred at Bundy.
So now you're concerned with the health and welfare of O.J. Simpson and the maid, and you're going in to say, where's O.J. and where's the maid, right?
Where is anybody that may be at that location?
Well, you didn't know who was expected to be there, did you?
I had no idea, no.
So you didn't know what you were looking for. Is that your testimony?
I didn't know what if anything had occurred there. That's
So you didn't know
correct.
what you were doing there, did you?
Yes, I did.
What were you doing there?
I went there originally to make a notification to meet Mr. Simpson. The two detectives were assisting me. Once I got there, the situation changed with the information we had received and the evidence that we saw.
And now you're going in to look for people.
That's correct.
You go to the front door and ring the front doorbell.
Yes,
You get no response.
that's correct.
Do you force entry?
No,
Why not?
because at that point I didn't think it was appropriate.
Wait, you were very concerned at that point in time, weren't you?
Yes, we were making arrangements for a possible forced entry of the place.
Where have you testified to that previously? You didn't tell the grand jury that, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Where in your reports did you indicate that you were making arrangements for a forced entry, sir?
I don't believe it's in the reports.
Who did you notify at police headquarters or communications that you were preparing a forced entry?
No one.
What preparations did you make for a forced entry?
Detective Phillips contacted the watch commander and asked him to send a West Tech unit back to the location, that we may have to make forced entry into the location.
So, for an emergency situation like this, now you're going to have the security of West Tech going in with you. Is that your testimony?
Well, at that point, we had 6 police officers there, sir.
Well, you had 25 standing around the murder scene, didn't you?
Yeah, that's correct.
Did you call any of them over?
No,
They were only 5 minutes away, weren't they?
that's correct.
When you went in, did you start making some noise to try to arouse the occupants?
Yes, we were talking. We were knocking on doors.
Were you yelling?
No.
Were you making your presence known?
Well, I think our presence would have been known. We had flashlights. We were talking. We were knocking on doors. We were moving around the grounds.
You were talking to each other, weren't you?
That's correct,
You were
yes.
knocking, OJ, are you here? Is there any problem? Are you okay? Were you doing those things?
No.
Did you decide where to go? Where 4 officers coming in, virtually unprotected, are going to walk around this enormous estate in the darkness? Did you make any plan as to how you were going to protect yourselves?
That's part of our job, to do things like that. The protection is probably by numbers. There was no set plan.
So you didn't say, you know, one guy will go to this side and I'll back him up, and you and your partner go here, we'll back you up. It's just, okay, guys, let's see what we can find. And you guys started walking around?
I never had the feeling that I was in a dangerous situation at any point. I felt that I may have an emergency situation, but I never felt a personal danger at that location.
Did you want to move quickly?
I don't know that that's true. I was trying to look the grounds over to see if I could see anything on the grounds as I was moving.
Did you tell everybody, let's check the grounds first? Was that your plan?
Well, I think that's just typical police work. As you're moving, you're looking. I was shining my light under the trees and everything to see if I could see anything.
All right, well, first of all, when you come in, right to the right, you see a playhouse. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been inside that playhouse, haven't you?
I've been beside of it. I don't know that I was inside.
Have you seen people inside it? Is it big enough for somebody to walk into?
Yes.
I take it that's the first place where you'd want to look, inside that playhouse, to see if there was any problem. Is that correct?
We were looking all over the grounds.
So you went in the playhouse, is that correct?
No, I didn't.
Did you open the door of the playhouse?
No.
Did you knock on the playhouse?
No.
Did you just simply ignore the playhouse?
The main concern was the residents at that point.
And all 4 of you went to the front door of the residence together?
That's correct.
And how long did you stay at the front door?
Two or 3 minutes, something like that.
Ringing the bell?
Ringing the bell, knocking on the door, yeah.
But not yelling or shouting or asking for anyone inside?
No.
And then where did you go?
Myself personally,
Yeah, you.
I walked back out to the driveway and walked north to the east-west walkway that walks along the north side of the house.
Shining your flashlight, looking in the bushes, looking in the shrubbery?
That's correct.
Was
yes.
it dark back there?
Yeah, it was dark.
Was that kind of unnerving for you?
No.
Not knowing what you had back there?
I think I testified I didn't feel any personal danger at any time that night.
So there'd be no need at any time for you ever to draw a gun at that location, would there?
I never felt that need, no.
Did you tell anybody to go knock on any other doors? Was there any instruction given by you or Detective Lang as the lead detectives there?
Was that a question?
Yeah.
Was there any instruction?
Right.
No, I think we were working as a group.
Kind of improvising as you went along.
Looking the grounds over, looking for people, yes.
How long did you spend looking in the grounds looking for people?
Well, this happened the entire time we were there. When I was outside, I was looking around.
How long were you outside looking for people?
I don't know exactly. We walked around the side of the house to the back, I was shining my light, maybe 5 or 10 minutes total. I looked the grounds over.
Was that enough time to look everywhere in those grounds?
Well, at some point there, everybody that was supposed to be on the location had been accounted for, and that's when I stopped looking around.
No, but you were looking for people who might be injured.
Again, at a point, people that were supposed to be there were accounted for, and that's when I stopped looking around.
When was O.J. Simpson accounted for? What time?
After 6 in the morning.
What time was he accounted for, sir?
I don't know what time the phone call was made.
You don't have any records regarding what time the phone call was made?
Yeah, there are phone records, yes.
You haven't looked at those?
No, I haven't seen them in front of me.
You don't think that's an important aspect of this case?
I can look at the phone record and tell you exactly what time the phone call was made.
You didn't keep any records regarding what time you did anything at the Rockingham location, did you?
Keep any records as to time?
Time anything happened at Rockingham.
Oh, that's not true.
You did keep such records?
There's a search warrant that indicates items that were found there, yes.
No. Did you keep any records as to what time you did things at the Rockingham location? What time you arrived, what time you went to the Bronco, what time you did everything you have testified to? Are there any such records, sir?
Other than phone records, no.
And isn't that part of good record keeping to make sure that the chronological record is in order for all important aspects of this case?
That's part of record keeping, yes.
Is this a good place to stop, Your Honor?
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon session. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you. Detective Van Adder, you may step down. You're ordered to return at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will stand in recess as far as the jury is concerned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I'd like to see counsel on the discovery matters after a short recess. All right, that's the order. Thank you, counsel. And present before the court with his counsel, Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Douglas, Mr. Bailey. People represented by Ms. Clark and Mr. Darden. Yes, we do. All right. Either counsel wish to be heard.
Yes, ma'am, with respect to the issue that the court asked to address this morning.
One other matter before we get to that, Your Honor. Would the court assist us in the testimony of several witnesses? There's been mention of the homicide manual updated and also the LAPD manual. The court will recall at one time we had an LAPD manual here that was sent back. Would the court assist, I think, perhaps both sides, in getting a manual, both manuals here today, if possible?
94 editions.
The 94 editions. Is that a yes?
Done.
Okay. Thanks, Judge.
Your Honor, I would like to begin by extending my sincere apology, very sincere apology for being late this morning. I got on the freeway and didn't move for half an hour, but I left early thinking that would be enough time, but it unfortunately wasn't, and I do deeply apologize to the court for being late this morning. I don't know what else to say. With respect to the matter that the court wanted me to address this morning, first of all, as I indicated earlier, the statements are not relevant. First of all, in direct, the witness did not testify to any matters contained within the search warrant, nor any matters that would pertain to valid impeachment from that search warrant.
Excuse me, Your Honor. May I suggest that Detective Van Adder be excused during this?
Yes. Detective Van Adder, would you step out and wait outside in the hallway, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Clark.
The issue here is really what relevance do these statements have? Under 352, they are clearly, it's going to be an undue consumption of time to admit them, number one thing, as a broad general issue. If the defense, because if the defense is permitted to go into this with respect to impeachment on the two matters that were indicated yesterday in chambers, then the people should be entitled properly to go into all of the matters in the affidavit that were correct. what we will wind up doing is essentially litigating the validity of the warrant in front of the jury. That the warrant and its averments are not properly before a jury, as is stated in 1538.5M. The sole purpose of litigating the validity of a search warrant is to determine whether or not it states probable cause. Probable cause determinations are not the province of the jury, they are the province of the judge. And the court has already made its ruling with respect to the validity of the search warrant. To the extent that the court deems it appropriate to allow the statements of the affidavit to be used as prior inconsistent statements, there is no inconsistency that it can be attached to. The trial testimony of Detective Van Adder is what we have to base the determination of prior inconsistency on. There have been no statements, there has been no foundation at this time, to this point, that would permit for the admission of the search warrant statements as prior inconsistent statements. Then in that case, the analysis has to be a People versus Wheeler, other bad act analysis, and whether or not these statements amount to acts of moral turpitude. We submit that there is no way that we could possibly state that they amount to that. And in fact, by virtue of the fact that the court itself found, number one, that even though these were misstatements, they were not material misstatements such that they would invalidate the warrant as a whole. That makes them the court in essence has made a determination that these are collateral matters, because the statement about the unexpected flight to Chicago and the human blood on the Bronco door are neither of them material misstatements. The court found reckless disregard with respect to those statements, but nevertheless found that the warrant was sufficient and did state probable cause. But never did the court find them to be material. That in itself indicates the collateral nature of this kind of impeachment. And that's really the essence and the focus of the people's argument here, is that we have counsel attempting to open his own door, which is not permitted, for the purpose of cross-examining on collateral matters. People versus Reyes, 62 Calap 3rd at 53 at page 62. People versus Taylor, 8 Cal 3rd, 174, and People versus Laverne, Lavergne, 4 Cal 3rd, 735, all of which indicate that a party may not cross-examine a witness on collateral matters for the purpose of eliciting something to be contradicted, which is what counsel in this case proposes to do. What is stated in the search warrant affidavit is relevant to what the witness is relevant to the validity of the search warrant.
But isn't what's likely to happen is Mr. Shapiro will ask Detective Van Adder, did you make any mistakes in that search warrant affidavit? And he'll probably say, yes, I did. I made 2 mistakes or 3 mistakes, X and Y and Z, and that'll be the end of it, won't it?
What?
I mean,
Well, no, he may ask that. I would object as irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
What he puts in what is put into a search warrant affidavit is not relevant material for a jury to hear,
But
because
Detective Van Adder yesterday testified that he did take some notes, and he included in that definition the search warrant affidavit that day, if you recollect the testimony yesterday.
I recollect the testimony, but what I recollect is that that was Mr. Shapiro's characterization and not Detective Van Adder's. And we can go back to that portion of the transcript, but as I recall, Detective Van Adder resisted that definition because it really did not comport with what his definition of notes were. And Mr. Shapiro kept insisting that it was part of his notes, but that was his characterization, not Detective Van Adder's. I don't think it was ever adopted by him. It was part of the things that he wrote in this case, of the many writings that he's done in this case, with the chronological log, etc. But I do not recall the witness adopting that definition. Those were words put in his mouth by Mr. Shapiro.
Let me ask you another question about the strongest argument that you raise is the collateral nature of the impeachment or the evidence. Let's not even call it impeachment at this point. You indicate that then that would require you to go through the affidavit and show everything that was correct,
Right.
to rebolster Detective Van Adder's testimony. Do you also think that that would require the proof of the substantive facts that are in dispute, the fact that this was an unanticipated trip to Chicago, and that at the time that the search warrant affidavit was written, no test had been completed with regards to whether or not it was human blood. My recollection of our discussions at the 1538 is that it was only a presumptive test for blood and
Correct.
not a determination that it was human blood.
That's correct. What we'd be required to do at that point is to explain, through the testimony of Detective Van Adder and other witnesses, precisely what brought him to the point where he made those statements in the affidavit. With respect to the conclusion that it was human blood on the door of the Bronco, the people concede it was a presumptive test for blood, and yet it was a logical conclusion that the blood placed on the door handle of a car would be by a human being. As we've stated before, I don't know how many animals know how to drive cars or could reach the door handle of a Bronco, and I don't think the defense is going to be able to argue anything to the contrary with respect to that. With respect, however, to the unexpected flight, now we're going to get into issues of what exact information was imparted to the officer who spoke to Kathy Randa, and what information exactly was imparted from that officer to Detective Van Adder, if any, and what witnesses talked to Detective Van Adder to lead him to the conclusion that it was an unexpected flight. We're going to now convene the mini trial of the search warrant affidavit, and that will include not just of course, the statements that counsel wants to elicit as being incorrect, but then to bolster his credibility, we are going to have to go back to all of the numerous statements that were absolutely correct, to establish not only the fact that this was not a sloppy job, but to establish also the fact that there was no intentional misstatement. Because obviously, if he's writing a warrant that contains such abundant probable cause, why jeopardize it by deliberately misstating something to mislead a magistrate, which is what the defense is probably going to be arguing, that there was a deliberate attempt to mislead. Obviously, when you have an entire search warrant where everything else is correct, and you have a couple of things that are arguably incorrect, and with respect to the unexpected flight, although factually incorrect, as we later determined, the issue is really what Detective Van Adder knew at the time, and that's another reason that this is collateral impeachment. This goes to Detective Van Adder's state of mind. At the time he wrote it, this is what he believed based on a certain set of circumstances and a certain amount of information that he had. That it later developed through the investigation that was incorrect does not impeach his veracity at the time he made the statement. It simply goes to show that later investigation disproved some aspect of what he believed to be true at the time he wrote it. So it doesn't even impeach with respect to his credibility. It simply shows that further investigation revealed facts to the contrary. How is that valid impeachment? How is that fair impeachment? Again, we get into 352 issues, an undue consumption of time in which he's going to have to explain exactly what information he had, where he got it, what led him to that conclusion, and call the witnesses back to the witness stand to explain what they told him, why they told him that, and at what point. And then at what point it was later determined to be otherwise. With respect to that, with respect to the human blood and any other misstatements that, I don't know of any other actually, but with respect to all of that. So we now are going to convene a mini trial on what's true and not true in the affidavit, basically requiring the jury to review an area that is not within their province, an area that has already been litigated fully and completely and properly under the statutes before this court. And this court made its determination. What counsel is now going to do is reopen an area that is not meant to be in the province of the jury, and rightfully so, because as the court will see, we will then convene the mini trial of the search warrant affidavit written by Detective Van Adder, and derail the trial and spend another week on testimony that should be concluded today.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Mr. Shapiro?
Your Honor, one of the central themes of the defense of this case is the credibility of witnesses. And we are dealing in an area here where the court has already made an extreme finding regarding the credibility of Detective Van Adder.
Severe, not extreme.
Severe, better word. An extreme finding would be that it was willfully false.
Correct.
And the jury is entitled to see what this man has stated under oath to a magistrate for the purpose of getting a warrant, and for me to examine what he knew at the time he got that warrant. These are not collateral issues. these statements are going to come directly from Brian Cato Kalin as to what he told Detective Van Adder, and will come directly from the very skimpy 2 paragraphs of notes that were the only notes taken by Detective Van Adder besides his recordations in the search warrant. And so it's very clear that this is impeachable material, highly relevant, and goes to the essence of what our case is about, and that is credibility, and that's what we've stressed from day one.
Mr. Shapiro, what concerns me most is Ms. Clark's 352 issue and her argument that this will necessitate a mini-trial as to the content of the search warrant affidavit and all the other individuals who were involved.
I think this may be the quickest part of cross-examination we've seen in the trial. It will take much less time than we've taken over the last 2 hours from yesterday and today in arguing this issue. It simply is, did you put in the affidavit that a chemist told you there was human blood on the car? We know a presumptive test means only that it could be blood, but it could be other substances.
So you're telling me you could do this cross-examination as to these 2 specific issues in 5 or 6 questions?
I can't say 5 or 6 questions because it depends on the answer. As you know, Detective Van Adder is an experienced officer of 26 years, and he does not like to directly answer a question. So if he directly answered yes or
So my
no...
question was, do you think you can do this in 5 or 6 questions?
I can do it in the questions, but as you know, cross-examination depends on the answers. If he is honest and says yes or no, and yes, I made a mistake, or yes, I made a material misrepresentation, it can be very quick. But if he is not as forthcoming, then we are going to have to show him what he wrote, how he did it before, and the information he had at hand. In any event, it will not be a lengthy part of the examination.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shapiro.
May I ask? To make one further point, Your Honor, I'm getting the distinct impression from counsel that that there is some belief on this side of counsel table that they can admit the court's findings with respect to the search warrant in their questioning of this witness before the jury, and that would be absolutely inappropriate. I don't think the court disagrees.
No, I agree with that. How it's phrased is very careful. Did you say, as I understand Mr. Shapiro's argument, I think the gist of what the question will be is, did you indicate to the magistrate in the search warrant affidavit that there had been a test for human blood, yes or no? Did you indicate to the magistrate in the search warrant affidavit that Mr. Simpson's trip to Chicago was unanticipated, yes or no? Thinking about this last night, I could do this in 4 questions.
It could be, but it won't be. And once he gets into that, Your Honor, we're going to have to respond.
No, but if I allow it, it will be.
Well, yeah. Well, no, what I meant is if you, I don't mean that. What I meant is
Or
if you...
I'll do the questioning.
I would have no objection to Your Honor asking the questioning on the search warrant and telling the jury what you're finding to it.
Okay, Your Honor, could you do my next 3 witnesses too?
Sure.
What I meant, Your Honor, was
in the
not...
Talmudic courts, there are no lawyers. It's just the judge asking questions.
I think it's a great idea.
I think so, too.
Right. But they don't have any juries either, do they?
No.
Right. What I was suggesting to the court is that I don't think that it will be, I don't think that if permitted to do this questioning, counsel will conclude it quite that expeditiously. And one has to also consider that the people would then be entitled to counter with all of the correct statements and all the things that were done properly in that search warrant affidavit. It's going to be a lot of time we're going to wind up spending on an issue that is clearly collateral. Okay, I've already made that argument, but and I'm not going to make it again, Your Honor, but I do wish that the court would instruct counsel not to question the witness on this, Your Honor's rulings with respect to this warrant.
All right. Thank you, counsel. All right, Mr. Shapiro, Ms. Clark, I am going to allow limited questioning of Detective Van Adder as to those 2 statements in the search warrant affidavit. And as I've indicated to council, it's a very limited number of questions that I'm going to allow in that area. Likewise, the redirect as to rehabilitation will be somewhat limited as well. Also, Mr. Shapiro, I'm going to direct you not to mention in this not to ask any questions that call for legal conclusions or that indicate the court's previous ruling or findings with regards to the search warrant affidavit, which are irrelevant as far as the jury is concerned. Is that understood?
Yes, it is.
All right, let's proceed.
Your Honor, we also have two other matters that we would like to present. One is a video
of Detective Van Adder going over the Bundy crime scene. We would like to show that with the court's permission.
Have you shown this to opposing counsel?
They've already seen it once before. They've seen it several times.
Has it been admitted before?
This is the original laser disc that we showed them at the beginning. We have no problem in showing that to them again.
How long is it?
What is it, a couple of minutes? A couple of seconds.
Do you want to preview that, Mr. Darden?
Yes, we objected before and we'll probably object again.
All right.
The other thing we would like to present to the court is I have this morning given Mr. Darden a map of Los Angeles showing the distance between Parker Center, Piper Tech, where the crime lab is located, and the Bundy residence and the Rockingham residence. And we would like to put this up on the Elmo.
And I have no objection to Mr. Shapiro showing the map to Detective Van Adder. I do, however, object to the distances indicated on the map. He indicates that Parker Center to Piper Tech is 1 mile, and that Parker Center to Rockingham is 18.7 miles. And I would object to the introduction of that before the jury without further foundation, as far as the distances are concerned.
Whatever you say is correct, we'll substitute it.
Well, I'm not testifying. The witness is testifying.
We got that from a computer program, that those are the shortest distances to those points.
All right, I'm going to allow the use of the map subject to a foundational objection. All right, let's have the jurors, please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you going to show the videotape?
Yeah, let me see the laser.
I get to look, yes.
All right. I've seen the video presentation. Any comment? Mr. Darden? Sure, why not? Mr. Harris? Yeah.
It appears that the bodies are already gone in that scenario. I don't see the relevancy.
Mr. Shapiro?
We believe the evidence will show that criminalist Fung was still there and that evidence was still being collected after the bodies were removed, and it goes to impeach their previous testimony.
Unless there's some evidence that Mr. Fung is collecting evidence then or at that time.
All right, I wasn't paying attention to Mr. Fung, who I did see. Let me see it one last time. All right, thank you. Any other comment, Mr.
No,
Shapiro?
Your Honor. But evidence collection is an important part of this case, and the testimony has been that evidence collection ended after the bodies were removed and all the evidence was done before.
Do we have a,
That's right, it is not true. Evidence collection continued. That's what they are saying is the proper procedure, that all evidence should be collected before the bodies are removed.
but we know that not to be true in this case.
That's correct. And that's why we're showing that for impeachment.
It doesn't impeach anything.
Yeah, we've got both people talking about
That
this.
has not been our position in this trial, Your Honor. That is that all the evidence has to be collected before the bodies are moved. And the evidence has been that it should be photographed before the bodies are moved.
All right, well, if Mr. Fung is the focus of that particular video, it does appear that he is folding those little index cards and appears to have a writing instrument in his hand as well. So I'll allow the tape.
Thank you.
All right, let's have the jurors, please. The traffic problems, things that you have probably forgotten about recently. All right, Detective Philip Van Adder is still on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Shapiro. Good morning, Detective Van Adder.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Detective, you're reminded you are still under oath, and Mr. Shapiro, you may continue.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, Mr. Shapiro.
Yesterday, you indicated that you would like some time to review your reports to see if you made any indication in any of your records as to whether you were shown any blood smears by Detective Furman. Have you had an opportunity to do that, sir?
Yes, I don't recall him showing me any blood smears that morning.
And there's no indication that you were shown any blood smears by Detective Furman?
No, I couldn't find any, no.
And if Detective Furman testified that there were blood smears on the door, that would certainly be something that would be important for him to point out to you, would it not?
He may have pointed them out. I don't recall him doing that.
Well, this is something very important. Is it not what blood you saw in the Bronco at Rockingham?
Pardon, sir? I didn't understand.
Is the observation of blood on the Bronco something that is very important in a homicide investigation like this?
Yes, sir.
And if you were shown blood smears on the bottom of the Bronco, isn't that something that you would remember?
I don't recall him showing them to me. He could have. I don't recall it.
My question is, isn't that something you would remember if those were shown to you?
I don't know how to answer that since I don't recall them being shown to me.
That's the best answer you give as to whether or not you would remember blood smears at Rockingham.
Sustained.
Did it ever dawn on you, sir, that if there were blood smears at the bottom, well, you saw blood smears inside the door on the bottom of the Bronco, didn't you?
Toward the top, toward the window, yes.
Did you see any blood towards the bottom of the door?
Down inside the vehicle?
Yes.
No.
Did it ever dawn on you that Detective Furman must have gone inside that car for him to see those blood spots?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
If Detective Furman testified that he saw blood smears on the bottom of the Bronco, and your recollection is you did not see blood smears and the Detective Furman didn't show them to you, did it dawn on you that Detective Furman must have gone inside the Bronco to make those observations?
Overruled on that ground.
As I recall Detective Furman's testimony, the blood smears he saw were on the outside of the vehicle, not inside.
Did that raise a question in your mind since you never saw blood smears outside the vehicle?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Did it cause you concern since you don't remember seeing any blood stains outside the vehicle?
No, there was a lot of blood there that I didn't see originally.
I'm talking about outside the vehicle. Was there a lot of blood outside the vehicle that you didn't see? At any point in time?
Yes, I don't recall seeing the blood smears along the panel of the door at the bottom.
Did you ever see those blood smears?
I saw a report that they were tested presumptive for blood.
Did you ever see those blood smears yourself?
I don't recall seeing them, no, sir.
Did you testify yesterday that you did see them?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you testify yesterday that you did not recall seeing the blood smears at the bottom of the Bronco that night, but you did see them at some later time?
I don't believe I said that. I don't recall seeing those smears at the bottom of the door.
May I show you your testimony of yesterday? We have taken this off a computer, and perhaps I can read it to him. These are off the live notes, but we can maybe locate it from the transcript. Would your court allow me to use?
I would prefer the transcript, which...
All right. Let me then, I'll
we've
go
gone
on to
to.
another matter.
All right.
When criminalist Fung came out at your order, did he test anything at the bottom of the Bronco for blood?
I believe that testing was done at a later date.
Did you photograph him pointing out any blood at the bottom of the Bronco? Or cause him to be photographed doing that?
No, I wasn't there when the photographs were done.
Did you order photographs to be taken?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you order to be photographed?
The items of evidence that I was aware of.
And did you order the blood stain that you've referred to on the door handle of the Bronco? That was pretty small?
Yes, and it was above the door handle, not actually on the handle.
Above the door handle?
Yes, sir.
And you ordered criminalist Fung to do a phenolphthalein test?
Yes, a presumptive blood test, that's correct.
And a presumptive blood test only shows that the substance could possibly be blood. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could also be vegetable substances that would give a positive reading.
Sustained.
Do you know what else could give a positive reading?
No, I'm not an expert in that.
You didn't hear the testimony of the experts at the preliminary hearing when you were sitting there?
Sustained.
Did you hear the testimony? Have you heard experts testify as to what a presumptive test for blood is?
Overruled.
Yes.
And do you know whether any other substances, based on testimony you've heard from other experts, from experts in the field, could be a substance other than blood?
All right, I think it's a 352 problem.
Let me now go back to your transcript of yesterday. I want to draw the court's attention to page 19,556, lines 9 and 10, sir. Ask you to read that to yourself.
Okay.
May I put this up on the Omo, Your Honor?
Yes.
Go down a little bit, Mr. Harris, please. No, any questions?
Rather than, I'm sorry. I'm going to give Detective Van Adder a court's copy of the transcript so he doesn't have to look at the monitor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We have the whole, all right, Mr. Harris, you need to back out just a little there. All right, proceed.
Do you recall being asked the question regarding Detective Furman, that you heard him testify that there were blood smears on the bottom of the door, didn't you?
I heard him testify to that, yes.
And your answer was, I did, yes? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked, did you see those? Recall that?
Yes.
And did you answer that question? I did at a later time. I don't recall him showing them to me that night.
Yes.
I'd ask that Mr. Shapiro be required to present to the jury all of the entire exchange all the way up to line 22.
Shapiro?
Your Honor, I think that would be proper for cross-examination. This is what I wanted to show. I think it directly impeaches the witness.
This is cross.
I mean, a redirect examination of the people.
All right, overruled. Proceed.
And you ordered criminalist Fung to do a phenolphthalein test on that small blood drop on the Bronco. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you realize at that time that by doing the test you would permanently destroy that evidence for any subsequent DNA analysis?
No, I didn't realize that.
And that, in fact, is what happened, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you been able to analyze that spot by DNA analysis?
Overruled.
Have I been able to?
Has anybody, to your knowledge, been able to?
Overruled. I think you can ask him, has that been submitted?
Has that been submitted for DNA analysis, to your knowledge?
I don't know that to my knowledge.
And when you told us yesterday that when you went into the Rockingham estate, that there was no direction as to where the detectives should go, is that correct?
Counsel, what time? It's kind of vague.
As you entered Rockingham, you told us yesterday that you searched the grounds to see if anybody was injured in the area, is that correct?
Yes.
At that time, did you give any direction to Detective Lang as to what to do?
No.
Did you give any direction to Detective Furman as to what to do?
No.
Did you give any direction to Detective Phillips as to what to do?
No.
It was all being improvised by each detective according to his own desires?
Well, we were all seasoned police officers. Our purpose for being there was to make sure that everybody was okay at the location.
Did you see where Detective Lang went?
Yeah, I was close to Detective Lang most of the time.
So were you working as partners during that observation phase?
Yeah, we work as partners all the time, yes.
And everywhere you went, he went?
Not everywhere, no.
Where did he go that you didn't go?
He went to the back door of the location. I later went there. He remained in the kitchen when I went into the maid's quarters, and he remained in the kitchen when I went back into the bar area. And then I was out of his view for a period of time after that.
Did you direct anybody when you entered to look for people to find where is O.J.?
Overruled.
We had discussed our purpose for being there, and our purpose for going over the wall was to check the welfare and see if there were any occupants at the home. That was known between the four of us.
Is it standard police procedure when a witness is awakened to give them a test for alcohol or drug intoxication?
Standard?
Yes.
I think that would depend on the circumstances.
Did you give any direction to Detective Furman regarding a man known as Brian Cato Kalin?
No.
He gave you direction, though, didn't he?
No, he didn't give me direction.
He didn't tell you to talk to Cato?
He asked me to speak with him.
Did he tell you what he wanted you to speak to Cato about?
Briefly, yes.
What did he tell you wanted to speak about?
He said that Cato had heard some sounds outside of his room that he thought was an earthquake, and and he wanted me to talk to him about that.
At that time, did you know where O.J. Simpson was?
I believe I was aware that a phone call was being made to find out where he was at.
At that time, were you aware of where O.J. Simpson was, yes or no?
I may have been. I'm not sure.
Did you ask Cato, where's O.J.?
Yes, I did.
And did he tell you he had gone on a trip to Chicago for Hertz?
Yes, he did.
And he put that, and you wrote that down in your notes, did you not?
Yes.
Did you know that? Did you know where O.J. was at the time that you walked into the house with the maid? Looking for the maid, I'm sorry.
No, I did not.
When you came in looking for the maid, did you ask anybody, where's O.J. at that time?
I did not know.
Did you ask Arnell Simpson, where's O.J.?
At what point?
When you came in looking for the maid.
I had asked her previously.
Did you ask her if he was in the house?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She gestured toward the house and said, "Isn't he here?" And I asked her, "Is he? Do you have a key? Can we go check?" And she took us into the home.
Did you ask her where O.J.'s bedroom was?
No, I did not.
If you were concerned about O.J., wouldn't you want to go up to his bedroom and see if he was still sleeping?
If he hadn't been accounted for, yes. He was accounted for at a point there that morning.
But he wasn't accounted for immediately, was he?
No, sir, he wasn't.
And there was a period of time when you were concerned about looking for the maid and sitting and talking to Cato before you were concerned about where is O.J., isn't that true?
Before I was concerned about looking for O.J.?
Correct.
I think the main concern was to locate O.J., and that was done quite quickly after we arrived in there by phone call. He was accounted for. The maid was obviously not there. At that point is when I believe I started walking back toward the back. I knew they were on the phone attempting to locate O.J. at that point.
Your first knowledge of the accountability of O.J. Simpson was because of a phone call?
Yes, I heard Arnell tell either Detective Phillips or Lang that she could make a phone call to his secretary and she would always know where he was at.
Okay. And did you get the results of that phone call?
At a later time, yes.
What time did you confirm that O.J. Simpson was in Chicago?
Oh, I was told that by Cato, and then I was later told that by my partner.
What time did you confirm it?
Shortly after 6 o'clock that morning.
What time do your phone records indicate that O.J. Simpson was contacted in Chicago?
If I could see the records, I could tell you.
Okay. Do you have those records?
Yeah, they may be in my book there.
We talked about that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
We asked you to look for that. They're in this book? May I bring these up, Your Honor?
You may.
There's volumes of records. I'm having a hard time right now locating them.
Maybe, Your Honor, I would have no objection to Detective Lang helping Detective Phillips try to locate this.
All right. Detective Lang, why don't you take the investigation notebooks and see if you can find the phone records for that point in time. Detective Lang make the record search and we proceed with any other questions for Detective Van
That's
Adder.
acceptable, Your Honor.
All right.
Is it your position, Detective Van Adder, that prior to trying to go up to a bedroom or look around the house for O.J., you decided to try to locate him telephonically?
I don't quite understand that. What? Could you say that again? My contention what?
Your Honor, could that be reread to the witness?
Is it your position, Detective Van Adder, that prior to trying to go up to a bedroom or look around the house for O.J., you decided to try to locate him telephonically?
That's what occurred with his daughter, yes.
How about if we refer to the defendant as Mr. Simpson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Van Adder, you applied for several search warrants in this case, did you not?
Yes.
And a search warrant requires an affidavit signed under penalty of perjury, does it not?
Yes.
And that requirement is so that an independent magistrate or judge can make a determination as to whether or not a search warrant should issue and not let the police rely on their own instincts. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in filling out a search warrant, you indicated to a magistrate under penalty of perjury that you were told that O.J. Simpson had left on an unexpected flight to Chicago, did you not?
No, I didn't say I was told that. I did write that in the search warrant.
And
yes.
you signed that under penalty of perjury?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And that wasn't true, was it?
I found out later that that information was incorrect. That was based on Arnell Simpson's response that morning, as well as Cato Kalin telling me that he had received a phone call after Simpson had left the residence telling him to alarm the house that he was going to Chicago on a business trip for Hertz.
You filled out the affidavit for the search warrant at what time, sir?
I started that approximately 7:45 in the morning.
And what time did you present it to a magistrate, sir?
It was signed at 10:45.
And the magistrate asked you to make some hand corrections in there, did she
Yes.
not? And isn't it true, sir, that at 6 o'clock in the morning, your handwritten notes indicate that your interview with Cato Kalin, that he told you that O.J. Simpson had left on a flight for Chicago for Hertz?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you also indicate under penalty of perjury, sir, that you observed what appeared to be human blood, which was later confirmed by a criminalist to be human blood?
Yes, I said that.
And isn't it true at the time that that was not a test to determine whether or not this was human blood?
That's true. I misstated that. I guess based on my experience, I believed it was human blood, and I still think it's human blood. I think it's been proven to be human blood.
You also said, sir, did you not, that you observed blood on the console of the Bronco and blood inside the door panel of the Bronco, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Did you include that information in your search warrant?
No.
Why not?
That was a quick attempt to get a search warrant to move the investigation along. I missed some things in it that should have been in it.
Did you make any notes of that in any reports that were filed in this case?
No, sir, I didn't.
Regarding the glove that you saw, where in your reports regarding Rockingham, did you show that a glove was found at Rockingham?
It's in the search warrant, and it's also in the follow-up report.
It's in this, I said, where in your notes are they shown?
There are no notes.
Where in Detective Lang's notes is it shown that a glove was found at Rockingham?
I don't believe it's in Lang's notes.
Where in Detective Phillips' notes is it shown that a glove was found at Rockingham?
I don't believe he has any notes.
Where in Detective Furman's notes is it shown that a glove was found in Rockingham?
It's not, sir.
Where in the master note-taker's notes is it shown that a glove was found at Rockingham?
It's in the criminalist's notes that he recovered the piece of evidence, and those were taken at my direction.
When was that? When were those
The morning
notes
of the
taken?
13th.
At your direction.
That's correct, yes.
And do you have those notes?
No, sir, I don't. Those are criminalist work product.
A chronological record is required to be kept in all cases of homicide investigation, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Where in the chronological record does it indicate that any of the 4 officers there recovered a glove?
It doesn't.
Well, Mr. Bentley, you know who it's board, please. Your Honor, the courts have one of those. Your Honor, can
Yes.
you kind of put it over on this side of my...
Sure. The traditional location.
This is a diagram that you previously authenticated at the direction of Mr. Darden, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in putting up a diagram for a jury, you want to be certain that that diagram is accurate, do you not?
It appears to be accurate. Yeah.
Well, has anybody looked at it to make sure that it's accurate?
It appears to be accurate.
All right, Mr. Shapiro, which People's Exhibit is this?
This is Exhibit 66, Your Honor.
All right, proceed.
Now, one of the things that you've told us about is a path of blood that led from the control gate at Rockingham to the front entrance of the house at Rockingham. Is that correct?
Well, I don't think it was a path. There was blood droplets that appeared to be a trail, yes.
How many blood droplets constitute a trail?
Oh, it could go from 1, 2 to 5,000 if it proceeded that far.
And it was your opinion that the person who dropped the glove at Rockingham was involved in the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman, is it not?
Yes, it is.
I take it then that if there was blood coming from Rockingham to the entrance of the house, that same person would be bleeding at the time that the glove was placed in the condition in the area outside of Kalen's room. Is that correct?
Sustain.
Is it your opinion that the person who did the killing was bleeding at the time he came or she came to Rockingham?
Yes.
I take it then there was a thorough search for blood from the area of Rockingham to the area where the glove was found.
Yes, that's correct.
How much blood was found there?
None. None that I'm aware of.
I take it a thorough search was done of the adjacent property for blood. Is that correct?
The area was searched, yes.
For blood?
Well, search for any type of evidence.
Was it searched for blood?
Yes, sir, that would include any type of evidence.
How much blood was found there?
None.
I take it a thorough search of the fence was undertaken if somebody climbed the fence for blood.
Yes.
How much blood was found there?
None.
I take it a thorough search was done of the walls.
That's correct, yes.
How much blood was found there?
None.
Now, the person who dropped, oh, strike that. You're aware that there are ways to get into the Rockingham house from the side area where the glove was found, are you not?
I observed a door there on the side. I don't know where it leads into the house.
And that's something that was very important in your investigation, wasn't it, as to where doors would be?
No, I wouldn't say that impacted me, no.
You wouldn't be concerned if there was a way for somebody to avoid detection and come in through the side of the house?
There didn't appear to be any evidence that anybody had gone in that way.
Did you check to see?
I looked at the door, yes,
Where did you look at the door?
from the outside.
Which door did you look at? Is that this door here?
It was a door that was toward the back of the garage. I believe that may have led into the laundry room or something.
Towards the back of the garage?
Yes.
Where's that door shown on this diagram?
May I stand up?
Sure.
I believe
There's
it's,
another bunch of that.
I believe it's shown right in here.
May we mark that somehow for identification, maybe just a sticker around?
Do you have one available?
Maybe we can just use an evidence tag. What? Do you want me to mark it with a marker, Your Honor? What do you prefer?
By golly, you got me unprepared. Mrs. Robertson, I have some of those peel-off arrow things.
That's what I was looking
In the well, please.
This is a full service.
It is.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Van Adder, would you be kind enough to show me, put that on the diagram?
Yeah, I believe this indicates the door here.
And that's the only door on the side of the location that allows access into the Rockingham case into the Rockingham house, according to your investigation?
I never went through the door, so I don't know if there's any other doors there or not. I don't recall any other.
Well, you had 2 search warrants for this house, did you not?
That's correct, yes.
And you also were looking around to see whether there were any bodies lying around, were you not?
That's correct.
And you also have approved of this diagram, have you not?
It appears to be accurate to me, yes.
So you would certainly want to know how anybody could get into the house and to check to see whether there's any blood trail there, would you not?
There was no blood trail found.
Well, but you would not know that unless you knew where all the entrances to the house were. Isn't that correct?
Well, there was an apparent blood trail that led from the Rockingham gate from the street right into the front door. I think that would, unless you had a whole bunch of people there bleeding, that would preclude any other blood trails. And there was no other blood found.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that there is a door that goes into the garage that leads into the kitchen of the house.
No, that wouldn't surprise me. That's a possibility. It could be there.
Sorry, Mr. Shapiro just placed another piece of tape on the.
He did.
I asked him to remove
I think we need to have those placed on by witnesses, if possible.
I'm sorry?
How about if you remove the second arrow, please, at this point?
Well, can I just indicate that he said that, all right, I'll just remove that now. Thank you, Your Honor. Also, you determined what other ways did you determine other ways that an individual might be able to gain access to the Rockingham grounds other than the front door? Or through the two gates?
I
Is that
believe,
clear?
yes, yes it is. And I believe access could be gained through the neighbor's property and through the tennis courts.
Would you indicate that with the pointer, please?
I never walked that area, but I was told that you could enter the neighbor's property and come through the tennis courts and through a gate that was over in this area that came onto the property.
And so that, if somebody wanted to avoid being seen, they could enter that way, is that correct?
Oh yeah, there would be many ways you could enter without being seen, probably.
And is it possible, sir, to get to this area of the house?
Sorry, I can't see.
Excuse me, Mr. Darden. Is it possible, Detective Van Adder, to get to the back door of the house from this area by heading around the back to where Arnell's room is?
Yes, that's possible.
That simply requires coming right through the area marked Arnell's room between the tennis court and the side of Arnell's room, is that correct?
And climbing two fences, yes.
And that fence, two fences?
Two fences,
Are you
yes.
sure?
I believe so,
Did
yes.
you try to climb those fences?
No, I didn't.
They're about 2 feet high? Is that correct?
One of them is on one side because there's a wall on one side of it. I think it's a regular cyclone chain link fence.
It wouldn't be iron grated type apparatus that you could simply step on and walk over, would it?
I don't recall that.
Did you
no.
take any photographs of that?
I don't believe any were taken back there, no.
Did you examine that area? I guess you didn't examine it carefully yourself. Did you ask anyone to examine that area?
I believe the area was examined with a metal detector, yes.
Did you have anybody attempt to see how easy or difficult it would be to walk over that fence?
I never directed that, no.
But that would be a way also for somebody to avoid detection if they didn't want to be seen by anybody at the front. Is that correct?
Certainly, yes.
Now, regarding the activities of Mr. Simpson, would you agree with the following? That when he was called in Chicago, he had the opportunity to go any place in the world.
Objection, cross-speculation.
Sustained.
Were there any restrictions on Mr. Simpson's travel when he was called in Chicago by you or anyone from the Los Angeles Police Department?
None to my knowledge.
Would you agree that he voluntarily returned to Los Angeles?
Yes.
Would you agree that he voluntarily accompanied you to the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
Would you agree that he voluntarily allowed you to search a bag that he had?
Yes.
Would you agree that he voluntarily gave you talked with you in the car on the way to the station?
Yeah, he voluntarily talked, yes.
Would you agree that he voluntarily spoke with you in a tape-recorded interview without the presence of counsel?
Yes.
Would you agree that he asked to have a blood sample taken from him?
I asked if I could take a blood sample.
Did he voluntarily agree?
Yes.
You don't recall him saying, "Why don't you take my blood and test it"?
No, I asked him for the blood.
Did you make any notes of that?
No.
Did you record that?
Record what?
The conversation?
All right,
I'm just asking about the blood.
I understand.
I think what you're
Overruled. Thank you. Proceed.
I think what you're asking, there was a conversation. I asked and he said, "Why don't you take it?" type thing.
Did
I think
he?
that's what you're asking.
Okay. Didn't he voluntarily allow you to examine his finger?
Yes, he did.
And he voluntarily allowed you to photograph his finger?
Yes, that's correct.
And he voluntarily allowed you to photograph his body?
I didn't photograph his body.
Did you ask permission to?
No.
Did he ask you to?
No.
You sure?
Positive.
Is there any reason why you didn't ask to photograph his body to see if he had any bruises?
He was in a short-sleeved shirt. I didn't see anything on his arms or anything, and the only thing I saw was his left hand that was injured.
Well, you had concluded at that point in time that Ronald Goldman had been in a violent struggle for his life, had you not?
Yeah, a defensive violent struggle, and defensive and offensive are really two different things.
So you wouldn't be concerned with looking at an individual who may be a suspect to determine whether they had any injuries on their body?
I saw injuries on him on his hand.
What about on his chest? Would you be interested in looking at that?
I didn't ask him to do that,
No,
no.
my question was, would you be interested in looking at that?
If he had been placed under arrest at that point, I would have looked at it. He was not under arrest. I never asked him to look at it.
Well, he was as cooperative as anybody could be, wasn't he?
If being truthful is being cooperative, then that's very subjective. I'm not sure that his demeanor was cooperative, but I don't believe the information was truthful.
Did he do everything you asked of him?
Yes.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't ask him if you could examine his body and photograph it?
I didn't do that.
Is there any reason why you didn't?
I just didn't do it.
Well, I know you didn't, but is there a reason why you didn't?
I just didn't do it, sir.
Did you
I didn't ask him. I just didn't do it.
Did you forget? Did you think it wasn't important? As it was something that had no value at all to you as an investigator?
Overruled.
Isn't it true, sir, that when you asked about Mr. Simpson's blood, he gave you the following response?
Sustained. Counsel, you need to share that with opposing counsel. All right, with the court reporter, please.
I want to make sure, it's just been pointed out to me that there's no misunderstanding. Was there any blood trail found leading away from the glove into the residence?
No, I didn't find any.
And regarding your conversation with Cato, did he tell you that a limousine had come to pick up O.J.?
He told me that he had seen a limousine there, yes.
And Detective Furman was aware of that, was he not?
No, if he knows.
I believe I heard from his testimony that he knew that. Yeah, I didn't know that at that time.
When you took O.J.'s blood sample, you were at a place called Parker Center?
Yes, sir.
And that's the main Los Angeles Police Department headquarters?
Mr. Darden? Mr. Cochran, is there some reason you need to be there?
No, I was sitting over here because of the exact.
All right, thank you. I think we are. Thank you.
Glad.
I'll walk.
Proceed.
Is that the main headquarters for the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
And is that a place, you use the term buy a DR number. Is that a police parlance for obtaining that number?
Yes.
You don't actually go to a location, do you, to buy it?
No, that's just a term of obtaining a DR number.
And it's something that's very easily obtained and very regularly obtained.
That's correct, yes.
And doesn't take much to obtain a DR number, does it?
No.
You simply walk down to the clerk and ask for one. Isn't that correct?
Well, in this case, the DR number...
Not in this case. Is that in the general case? You simply walk down and ask for one.
No, that's not true.
How do you get a DR number?
The DR numbers come from the Division of Occurrence, which meant that this DR number had to come from West Los Angeles Division.
So you have to go out to West Los Angeles to get it?
Or telephone West Los Angeles.
So you couldn't, is it your testimony that you couldn't walk downstairs in Parker Center, go to the clerk and ask the clerk to call West Los Angeles to get a DR number?
Oh, of course I could have done that.
And that would take, what, less than a minute?
Well, if I did it that way, it would take longer than a minute. I could have actually made the phone call myself. I didn't.
How long would that take?
Probably 10 minutes time.
And there's an evidence locker there to store blood evidence, is there not?
Yes.
And there's refrigeration facilities there?
Yes.
And the criminal laboratory that's run by the Los Angeles Police Department, where's that located?
It's on Vigna Street. It's called Piper Tech.
And how far is Piper Tech in miles, if you know, from Parker Center?
Approximately a mile.
And how far is Parker Center from the Rockingham location?
Approximately 20 miles.
20 miles?
Yeah, approximately.
Now, the evidence that you collected from Mr. Simpson, the blood evidence, is very sensitive evidence, is it not?
Yes, very sensitive.
And as an experienced detective, you wanted to make sure that there was a measured amount of blood in there, did you not?
Measured amount of blood?
Yeah, you want to know how much blood you had to start out with, didn't you? 'Cause you were going to use this as what they call a reference sample.
That would not be for me to determine. The amount drawn is done by the nurse, and then the amount used is done by the criminalist, not by me.
What did the nurse know about this case that drew the blood?
No, you don't understand, sir. I didn't do the drawing of the blood. The nurse actually drew the blood.
What did the nurse know about this case?
The nurse knew nothing about the case. I asked the nurse to draw me a blood sample.
Did you ask the nurse or request the nurse to draw a specific amount of blood?
No, sir, I did not.
You just left that up to the nurse who knew nothing about the case.
Well, I think there's standards for drawing blood samples.
What are the standards?
I don't know. I don't draw blood samples.
What makes you think there are standards?
I would assume that a sample that's taken is a standard sample. I don't know what that would be.
And doesn't LAPD policy require blood samples to be booked immediately?
As soon as practical, yes.
Does it say immediately or as soon as practical?
Well, immediately to me means as soon as practical.
Well, I know what it means to you, but I'm saying, what does the policy say without your interpretation?
As soon as possible.
It says as soon as possible. That's
Yes.
what the manual says?
Yes.
You sure of that?
Well, it says immediately, or let me withdraw that. It says immediately is what it says. To me, immediately means as soon as practical, as soon as can be done.
And as soon as can be done was when you had it in your hand to walk down, call up, get your DR number, and in the same building you were in, turn it over to the evidence room and have it marked and booked and properly refrigerated, right?
That couldn't be done at that point.
Why not?
Because other evidence had been gathered. Evidence has to be booked in a sequence. I didn't know what number the blood would be in the sequence. To me, once I turn it over to the criminalist, it's been booked anyway.
So you are telling us, under oath, that you, as the lead detective, could not have booked a vial of blood taken from O.J. Simpson at Parker Center where the blood was taken. Is that your testimony, sir?
No. I could have done that.
Okay, thank you. Could you...
I was just about to take a break.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a need to change court reporters at this time. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Don't perform any deliberations till the matter's been submitted to you. We'll be in recess until 11 o'clock. Detective Van Adder, you may step down, sir.
And where was the criminalist?
At Rockingham,
How'd you know that?
because I knew that the search warrant, the execution of the search warrant had started at approximately after 12 noon, and I knew that there were still officers at the location, and believed that he was at the location also.
You believed, but you didn't know.
Well, I didn't know for certain.
You didn't call him and say, are you at the location? I've got some blood to bring to you?
No, I didn't talk to him on the phone.
You didn't call anybody there in charge to see where the criminalist was?
No.
And there were many areas where a criminalist could be. Isn't that correct?
Well, I knew he was either at Bundy or Rockingham, yes.
So you didn't know which one of the two?
Well, I assumed Rockingham because I knew the search warrant had started after 12 noon.
All right. I want to show you a map of the areas we've been talking about and ask you if you can identify...
Mr. Harris, can we get a slightly tighter focus on that? A little...
Can you identify where Parker Center is? You see that?
Yes, I see the notation there, yes.
And it's approximately, you say, a little over a mile to Piper Tech?
Well, I believe it's approximately a mile, yes.
Mile. And those are two areas where you've told us the blood could be booked.
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you go when you left Parker Center?
Straight to Rockingham.
What route did you take?
The Santa Monica Freeway to the San Diego Freeway.
And you were driving?
We were both driving. We took our cars. Took our own cars.
Where was this blood vial?
With me and my vehicle.
Where?
In a manila envelope on the front seat of my car.
Do you have any ice or refrigeration equipment with you?
No, I knew there was preservative in the vial when the blood was drawn.
How'd you know that? Did you test it?
No, but I know that vials that are used by the police department for blood samples contain preservative.
Supposed to contain preservative.
Well, I think... Okay, if you want to say supposed to. It's my information they contain preservatives in the vials.
But you haven't tested that and you have no independent knowledge of any preservative being in there, do you?
No, sir, I haven't tested it, no.
So you just have this blood in your car. Wasn't there a risk of something happening to the blood in transporting it that distance?
No, the risk was me not keeping control of the blood, the chain of custody of the blood to give it to the criminalist. That was the risk.
I take it that if you walked it from where you were in Parker Center right up to the evidence room, there'd be much less risk.
Well, at that point, the paperwork couldn't have been completed.
Now, my question was risk, sir. I don't mean to interrupt you.
I'm trying to explain that. There would have been a greater risk. The paperwork couldn't have been completed. There would have been no actual physical control over the item.
So you're telling us that at Parker Center that you could not have taken that item and booked it immediately?
No, I could have done that. I made the decision to hand carry it to the criminalist who was processing all the other evidence.
Did you run a risk of dropping it in case you slipped on the way in or out of your car?
Oral.
I guess that was a possibility, but that didn't happen.
Did you run a risk of, God forbid, being in an accident?
Thank God I wasn't.
Or that was a risk that you chose to run?
That's a risk, sir, every time I go out in the streets.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be a risk to carry it down to book it in Parker Center, would it?
No.
Oh, you left, you say, at the latest, at 3:30 from Parker Center?
No, I didn't say that. I think it was around 4 o'clock that I left Parker
Well, you got
Center.
the blood at 3:30.
Yeah, I
What'd you
didn't
do
leave
for-
immediately from there.
What'd you do after you got the blood?
I went back up to my office.
For what?
to start assembling some of the information I had, and to organize myself, and then to go out to Rockingham.
And how did you assemble this information? Did you take notes?
I was just, it had been a long day. I may have even had a cup of coffee when I went up there. I don't recall, but that's a possibility.
And you didn't keep any records of what you did?
No, sir, I didn't.
And the blood was with you?
Yes.
Where was the blood, in your jacket?
No, it was, I went to my desk and I had it in a manila envelope on my desk.
Did you leave any record? Was Lang with you?
Lang was with me, yes.
And were you talking with Lang?
I'm sure I was, yeah. I talk with him all the time.
Are you sure Lang went up to your office with you?
Yeah, I'm sure.
No doubt about that.
Lang was with me after 12 o'clock, most of the evening until about 7 o'clock.
And did Lang have coffee with you in your office?
I don't know.
Where'd you get your coffee from?
We have a coffee machine in the office. I said I may have. I'm not positive I did. I may have had a cup of coffee.
And you may not have.
Yeah, that's true, sure.
And you may have spent a half hour there, and you may not have.
No, I think I was there about a half an hour before I left.
Do you have any records to indicate that?
No, sir, I don't.
Did you keep anything of what you did after you got the blood? You make a notation, I've got the blood, now here's what I'm doing with it?
No.
Well, you left at 4 o'clock.
Approximately, yes.
How long did it take you to get from Parker Center to Rockingham at 4 o'clock?
As I recall, the traffic was pretty heavy. I think it took an hour, maybe a little over an hour.
And how did you go?
I believe I told you the Santa Monica Freeway to the San Diego Freeway to Sunset Boulevard.
From Sunset Boulevard to Rockingham?
Yes,
And that took you about an hour.
I think so, yeah, approximately.
Did you log in what time you arrived at Rockingham?
I believe it was logged on the log when I got there, yes.
I'm saying, did you log in?
I believe the logging officer logged me in, yes.
What time did he log you in at?
I think at approximately 5:20, as I recall.
So what happened between 5 o'clock and 5:20 when you got there before you logged in?
Well, it's tough to account for a minute-by-minute accounting. I drove straight to Rockingham, checked in, and immediately gave the blood to the criminalist who had finished his work and was leaving.
You didn't go to Bundy first?
No, I did not.
And you didn't know where the criminalist was, or even if he was at Rockingham, did you?
I assumed he was at Rockingham. He
So
was at Rockingham, as a matter of fact.
Isn't it true that the only accounting for time that is recorded is the time the blood was drawn, which you say is 3:30, and the time that you logged in at Rockingham, which is 5:20, almost 2 hours?
That's correct, yes.
And Mazzola was with Fung at the time you turned the blood over?
I don't recall seeing Mazzola. She could have been there. I don't recall seeing her.
Wait, you heard Mazzola testify she was always with Fung, didn't you?
I'm going on my own perception. I don't recall seeing her there.
Where was Lang?
Lang was there with me.
So it was you, Lang, and Fung?
No, there were other officers there, too.
What other officers were there?
What other officers?
Yeah.
I recall Detective Looper, Detective LaFall. There were some uniformed officers there.
Yeah, do we need this anymore?
And I don't recall any other names. There were officers there.
Does Fung work out of Parker Center?
No,
Does Fung work out of Piper Tech?
no.
Where does Fung work out of? Will we take it down, please? That should be marked 1058, Your Honor.
Mrs. Robertson? Yes.
Where does Fung work out of?
Northeast Station.
Where's that?
It's on York Boulevard, I believe.
On where?
San Fernando, I'm sorry, San Fernando, I believe. It's in northeast section.
Well, I'm not familiar with that area. That's San Fernando Valley?
Wait. Gentlemen, you're both talking at the same time again. Please. All right,
Excuse me,
tell us where the new Northeast Station is.
It's off of the Glendale Freeway at, I believe, York Boulevard.
Now, did you want all the evidence to be booked down at Piper Tech?
Yes?
That's the most secure place, isn't it?
Well, that's where serology is analyzed. I wouldn't say it's the most secure place, no.
And did you direct Fung as to where to take this blood for booking?
Detective Fung would automatically take it to Piper Tech for booking,
How do you know that?
because that's part of his job.
Do you know that he did that?
No, I wasn't with him 24 hours a day, no.
Did he give you a receipt for the blood you gave him?
He wrote it in his notes. He didn't give me a receipt, he wrote it in his notes.
Did you notice when you took the blood whether or not there was any blood dripping in the area of the corked portion of the tube?
I don't recall any blood dripping.
Did you look?
I looked at the vial, I don't recall any blood dripping.
How many times have you taken blood from Parker Center out to a crime scene?
I don't know, this may have been the first time. I don't know. I can't recall right now any other times that I've done that.
How many times have you been involved in a murder case where you've taken a statement voluntarily from a suspect and not introduced it into evidence?
Sustained.
Did you go through?
Excuse me. Juries to disregard the implication of that question. Thank you. Proceed.
Did you go through any special coaching sessions prior to you taking the witness stand today?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you have any special training in how to testify?
Have I ever?
Yeah.
Well, I think they may have given us an hour or two in the police academy, yeah. That was a long time ago, though.
Did you meet with any of the lawyers in this case regarding your testimony?
Oh, I see them on a daily basis, yes.
Did you meet with them specifically for the purpose of reviewing your testimony?
Yes.
And did you go through any mock testimony or cross-examination?
No, sir, I did not.
Were you ever brought to a grand jury room to be cross-examined by several lawyers?
No, sir.
Have you ever heard of that happening in any case before?
I've heard of mock examinations, but when you say grand jury room, I don't know about that.
In 26 years on the police force, how many times have you testified as a witness?
Many, many times.
Can you do any better than that by number?
Many, many, many. I couldn't tell you.
He told us you've been involved in 200 homicide cases, 500 investigations.
Many, many times. Maybe, I don't know. Many, many, many times. I can't tell you exactly.
Hundreds?
I would say more than that.
And that's part of your job as a professional police officer to testify, isn't it?
Yes.
And you are, in a way, a professional witness.
It's part of my job, yes.
Have you been told to do anything regarding your emotions when you testify?
No.
At any time when you were at Rockingham that morning, did you hear Arnell or Cato ever use the word unplanned?
No.
Did you ever hear that word used by Kathy Randa or attributed to her?
No.
Did you ever hear that word used by anyone?
No.
You listened to Detective Furman's testimony, did you not?
Part of it, not all of it.
Did you listen to the part when he talked about interviewing Cato Kalin?
I heard part of it, yes.
Did you hear the part that the prosecutor asked him a question? Why?
Counsel,
Why-
foundational objection at this point.
Oh, this was your
Yes.
question, I'm sorry.
You want to let me know, too?
Yes. It's page
What volume, Counsel?
18694, Your Honor.
What volume?
Volume 106, it's line 3 through 5.
I'm sorry, what page?
18694, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How was it? I stand corrected. That was not Mr. Darden's question or Ms. Clark's question. I apologize to both of them for saying that it was.
There's an objection. This is improper.
Let me hear the question.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'd like to hear the question.
Yes. The question is, did he hear this question being asked of Detective Van Adder? Why didn't you tell him the subject?
This is I'm sorry, Mr. Gard, I can't hear.
The transcript relates to Detective Furman's
It does.
testimony, not to Detective Van Adder's. This is improper.
Yes, I want to ask him if he heard this testimony and if he can explain the difference between his answer and Detective Furman's.
Proceed.
Yes. The question was to Detective Furman, why didn't you tell him, referring to you, Detective Van Adder, the subject matter about which he ought to be concerned if he was going to interrogate a witness? His answer, no reason. I wanted to go investigate the noise to see if we could even get to that south wall. Why did you not tell him that you were going to investigate a noise and he should finish the investigation? No reason. The interrogation. No reason. Thank you. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
Which is correct, your testimony or Detective Furman's as to that incident?
My testimony is based on my recollection of what happened, not on Detective Furman's recollection. My recollection is he told me.
And his recollection is different.
That's a possibility.
May I just have a moment here? A moment to review some material, Your Honor, please.
Certainly.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the Bronco. You said that you wanted the Bronco to be secure when it was at Rockingham.
Yes, sir.
What time was that?
At what point of the day are you asking me about?
When did you want it to be secure? When did you decide for the first time that this vehicle should be secured?
Approximately 5:30 in the morning.
And by secured, you wanted to make sure that no trace evidence could be tampered with regarding that vehicle?
That's correct, yes.
That no evidence inside that vehicle could be tampered with?
That's correct, yes.
And that no evidence in the surrounding area of that vehicle could be tampered with, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you wanted to cordon off that entire area with tape, is that correct?
No, I put uniformed police officers on the vehicle to protect the vehicle.
Well, you said that one of the things you were concerned about was the onslaught of the press. Is that correct?
That occurred during the day, yes.
And in order to protect from that onslaught, would it be a good procedure to cordon off that area with tape so nobody enters it, because that's now a crime scene?
Well, yeah, that would have been a good idea. However, at the time I left there, there was, as I recall, there was no one there, and I had officers protecting the vehicle.
How many officers did you assign to protect the vehicle?
A two-man uniformed car.
Who are they?
I believe their names were Gonzalez and Aston.
And what was your instructions to them?
To maintain control of the vehicle, protect the vehicle, and impound the vehicle.
What about the surrounding areas? Were you concerned about the grassy area and possible trace evidence that might be there?
I had the criminalist there at that point, and he was aware of that, and he was to take control of the evidence.
Did you cordon that area off?
No, sir, I did not.
Why not?
At that point, I had it protected.
By the officers?
That's correct,
You
yes.
told them to not let anybody go in that area also?
I told him to protect that area, protect that vehicle, yes.
What about the street right outside the driver's door? There's a possibility you could find some footwear impression evidence there, is there not?
I don't think on asphalt that that's possible, no.
No?
I don't believe so.
Did you talk to Mr. Boziak about that?
I have
Your
never
expert?
seen that done, no. No, I didn't.
Have you read anything in his book about how you should protect for that eventuality?
No, sir, I haven't.
Would you disagree with him if he said that would be an important area to preserve?
No, I wouldn't disagree. He's an expert, I'm not.
Wouldn't the proper procedure then to be to actually cordon off that whole street where the Bronco was on both sides so that there would be no chance of contaminating that crime scene, sir?
Well, I guess if we're going to that extent, I guess the proper procedure would have been to cordon off between Bundy and Rockingham and search the entire area. That wasn't possible. I didn't deem that necessary at that point.
And you later found out that the press was not only in the vicinity of the Bronco, but it spilled coffee on the hood of the Bronco while it was being secured by your officers, did you not?
I was told that by you, yes.
Have you been told that by anyone else?
I saw it in the, I saw that there were coffee stains to be disregarded in the tow report, yes.
And you also have seen photographs of a civilian running up and touching the exact area where you saw the blood, did you not?
I saw photographs of what appeared to be a woman looking into the vehicle, yes.
And you're aware that things were stolen from that Bronco, were you not?
Objection, hearsay.
And you're aware that Bronco was never properly protected, are you not?
Objection, hearsay.
Calls for conclusion, sustained.
You were aware of evidence regarding a blanket that was taken from Bundy to be used on one of the victims, were you not?
No, I wasn't. I wasn't at Bundy when that was done.
Are you aware that was done?
I am, yes, now.
And is that proper procedure to take a blanket from a home, take it outside, and use it to cover a victim?
Well, I think that shows proper respect for a victim that's laying in public view that can be seen, that the detective or the police officer has enough respect to try and cover that person, yes.
I agree with you. But I'm asking you, a blanket from a house, could that have had trace evidence on it?
That's a possibility, sure.
If Mr. Simpson had been a guest in that home, might his hair be on that blanket?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Is it possible his hair could be on that blanket?
Sustained.
Were you concerned that there might be semen on that blanket that, when coming in contact with blood from the victims, could contaminate DNA?
Objection, Your Honor. Witness wasn't there. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Would that be a legitimate concern to have as the lead detective?
Objection.
Well, he's already testified he was concerned there might be trace evidence on it. That covers a whole panoply of things.
That blanket itself may have had trace evidence, right?
Speculation.
Overruled. He's already testified to this.
Would it be proper to leave that blanket at the scene and not take it as evidence?
That was a determination that was made by my partner.
And my question is, would it be proper?
That would depend on the circumstances. It could be, it couldn't be.
What's your opinion?
I don't think I would have taken it either. I would have probably made the same determination my partner did.
Certainly.
You testified regarding West Tech, that West Tech came on their own while you were at this Rockingham scene. Is that correct?
There was a unit, yes, that was traveling southbound on Rockingham that was waved down by Detective Phillips.
Who were the occupants of that vehicle?
It was a one-man unit, and I don't recall the private security officer's name.
Did you also cause West Tech to be called and ask for a unit to be sent out?
I asked Detective Phillips to contact them to see if we could get any information regarding the estate there, yes.
And did he?
To my knowledge, he did, yes.
And did he ask, to your knowledge, for a unit to be sent out?
I think that occurred when he was talking to the first unit there regarding a phone number. I think that unit requested a supervisor be sent to the location.
What time was that?
Would have been around, I believe, around 5:30 in the morning, something like that.
What time did that unit arrive?
Within a very short time.
Do you know what time Sergeant Rossi called West Tech?
No, I do not.
Do you have any documents in your murder book to refresh your recollection as to what time Sergeant Rossi called West Tech? Overruled.
Yes, I'm sure there's documents in there, yes.
If I showed you that, would that help you?
Yes.
Let me show you page 0641 of your murder book. Have you seen that document before?
Yes.
Is that a document from your murder book?
Yes.
And does that refresh your memory as to what time Sergeant Rossi called West Tech?
This is a handwritten note that someone made. I believe there's an actual timed transcript that would show the times, but this indicates that
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. It's just used to refresh his recollection.
Does it refresh your memory as to what time West Tech was called?
Objection, I never had original information.
Overruled. He indicated it would refresh his recollection.
My question is, does it?
when they were first called,
When they were called by LAPD?
well, I didn't make the phone calls. I believe the first phone call was made approximately 5:15 to 5:30.
I'm asking you if this document, sir, refreshes your recollection.
No, this is notes. This doesn't mean anything.
Whose notes are those?
I don't know.
Why are they in the murder book?
I don't know.
Who put them in the murder book?
Obviously, we did. They came from someone. Maybe Sergeant Rossi, I don't know.
Well, Sergeant Rossi, if he made those notes, would be in the course of his official duties. Is that correct?
I don't know whose notes those are.
And don't those notes indicate that the call was made? Would it be important for you to check on this information since it differs from the testimony?
Objection.
Sustained. The jury should disregard the implication of the question.
Your Honor, when you returned did you ever return to the Bundy crime scene prior to the tape being removed?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
It was on 2 occasions. I stopped there on my way from Rockingham to West Los Angeles Station to inform my partner of what I was preparing to do.
And that was? To get a search warrant?
Yes. And then I stopped back by there on my way back to Rockingham with the warrant to inform my partner what was going on.
I want to direct your attention to the grand jury testimony you gave in this case, page 336. Page 337. I've given counsel a copy. Do you recall testifying before a grand jury in this case?
Yes.
And when you testify before the grand jury, there's no lawyer representing the...
Objection, this is irrelevant, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you testified before the grand jury, were you asked some questions by a district attorney?
Yes.
By whom?
Miss Clark.
And did Miss Clark ask you the following questions? I believe you indicated that you went to secure a search warrant for the location of 360 Rockingham. Answer, that's correct. And then she asked, and what happened next? Do you recall that?
That's possible, yes.
And you recall your answer, after securing the warrant, I returned to the Rockingham location?
That's what I ultimately did.
You didn't mention anything that you went to Monday next?
No, what I ultimately did was I returned to the Rockingham location.
And when you were at Bundy, did you ever walk into any areas containing potential evidence while the crime scene was still secure?
That's possible at one point, yes. I may have.
Did you walk into any blood evidence while the crime scene was still secure?
No, sir.
May we show the video, please?
Can we mark this?
Yes, this should be 1049?
10:59.
1059, I'm sorry. Excuse me. May we stop that right there, please? Can you identify the people in that video?
You want to run it back?
Can you identify the people in that video, sir?
Yes, I saw 3 people from the start. It was myself, Lieutenant Rogers, and Criminalist Fun.
Can you identify the person that appears to be standing on a sheet covered with blood?
Yes, that's myself.
Thank you. You examined the index finger of Mr. Simpson and observed it to have a cut, which you've demonstrated here. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I take it you examined the left-hand glove at Bundy. Is that correct?
I didn't. I had it examined.
And was a cut found on the left-hand glove at Bundy that would be in the area of the cut on O.J. Simpson's left hand?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Darden?
Detective Van Adder, there was no cut on the left-hand glove that you found at Bundy?
No.
But there was a cut on the defendant's hand when you first saw him.
Objection,
Sustained. Rephrase
Was there a
question.
cut on the defendant's hand when you first saw him?
Yes.
And what significance, if any, do you attach to?
Well, I believe the way the cut occurred during the...
Objection, speculation.
Oh, well,
I believe during the struggle, the left-hand glove was lost and dropped on the ground, and that's when the cut occurred, when the hands were not protected.
Okay. And so is it significant then, significant at all, that there was no cut on the left-handed glove as described by Mr. Shapiro?
No, there's no significance to that.
Mr. Shapiro asked you yesterday if you found any bloody clothing at the defendant's home. You recall that question?
Yes, I do.
And what was your answer at the time?
Yes.
What bloody clothing was found by the LAPD at the defendant's home?
A pair of the defendant's socks from his bedroom.
Were those socks submitted for testing, if you know?
Yes.
They tested for blood?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Nicole Brown's blood was found in those socks?
Objection, no such speculation.
Sustained.
Were those socks tested for the presence of Nicole Brown's blood?
Yes.
Were they tested for the presence of Ronald Goldman's blood?
Objection, restated.
Overruled.
Yes.
And were they tested for the presence of the defendant's blood?
Yes.
And are you aware of what the test findings are as they relate to the socks?
You can answer yes or no, but the results are hearsay.
Yes.
You have told us that at some point, or at one point on June 13, you considered the defendant a suspect. Is that right?
Yes.
Given your awareness of the test findings, that is the testing of the socks in this case,
Sustain the court's own objection. I assume we'll get to that eventually.
thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
You watched Detective Furman testify, is that correct?
Part of it, yes, not all of it.
And you've testified here in court today and yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And while you were watching Detective Furman testify, was there a point where you felt that his recall was different from yours?
I think that happens in every case. I think that's a normal thing.
Okay.
Two people don't perceive the same thing or the same occurrence the same way.
We don't all remember the same things.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you attempt to shift or change your testimony or modify your future testimony to fit Detective Furman's?
No, sir. My testimony is based on my recollection of the events.
You didn't send a SWAT team into the defendant's home?
I did not,
Why not?
because I didn't know what I had there. If I had known that he was a murder suspect at that point, or known that someone was a hostage at that point, that would have been handled as a field tactical situation. To call in people at that point without knowing what I had there would have been a tremendous drain and waste of manpower, and before you do that, you have to determine what you're dealing with in a field situation.
Well, had you considered the defendant a suspect at 5 o'clock that morning?
No, sir.
Okay. You did not?
No.
Well, had you considered him a suspect, would you have approached his home or his residence in a manner different from the approach you and the other detectives used?
Absolutely.
What differences would you have considered?
You're dealing with a felony suspect at that point. I would have had the detectives put on protective armor. I would have had us put on raid jackets that identifies us as Los Angeles police officers. I would have had uniformed officers accompany me. I would have had officers stationed at the front and the rear of the location to preclude any possible escape. And if I would have determined that he was in and he didn't answer the door, I would have forced entry into the location.
And you didn't do any of that in this case?
I did not, no, sir.
You testified that you asked Cato Kalin if there was an extra set of keys to the Bronco.
Yes,
Was that before or after Detective Furman advised you that he had found the glove at the defendant's home?
was after.
Now, you described for us already the blood trail from the Bronco leading into the defendant's front door. Is that correct, Detective?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've also described for us your finding of the glove, or rather your viewing of the glove, on the south side of the defendant's property, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you didn't find any blood drops in the area of the glove found at Rockingham,
I did not.
but you did find blood drops at Bundy.
Yes.
Now, what is the surface composed of? That is the surface at Bundy where you found blood drops.
It's a cement walkway that runs on the north side of the residence and runs east and west from the front walkway to the alley.
Okay. And the surface where you found, or rather where Detective Furman found the glove at Rockingham, what is that surface composed of?
That's also a cement surface that's on the south side of the residence that was heavily covered with debris and leaves. And
Can you pull up We can just pull up 116, Your Honor, the glove board.
Yes, Mr. Chartlow?
We can leave it back there. Showing you people's 116, Detective.
may I step down?
Are the leaves on the walkway as depicted in those photographs, Detective?
Yes, sir.
They're all over the place, aren't they?
Yes, sir, they are.
Did you pick up each and every leaf on the south side of that property and examine it?
I did not, no, sir.
Did you turn each leaf over and examine it?
No, I did not.
You told Mr. Shapiro that you found no blood on the fence or on the gate or on the wall.
That's correct.
That is in the south side area, south side of the defendant's property.
That's correct.
Okay. Step back up, please.
Thank you.
But you did find blood in the driveway.
At Rockingham, yes.
Is it your opinion that the person who dropped the glove climbed over the fence at Rockingham?
It's leading. Is it your opinion that? It's leading.
Do you have an opinion as to how the person who dropped the glove at Rockingham entered the property?
Overruled.
Yes.
How?
I believe he used a key to come through the Rockingham gate after parking the vehicle in the street there just north of the gate. Walked down to the south side of the house.
Which gate are you referring to?
The Rockingham gate.
Did you have a key to the Rockingham gate?
No.
In addition to not, we'll strike that. The person that dropped the glove at Rockingham, do you know whether or not that person was actually bleeding as they walked along the south side of the house?
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Basis?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not the person that dropped the glove at Rockingham was bleeding at the time?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not the person who dropped the glove at Rockingham had his left hand in his pocket at some point?
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not that person was carrying anything?
Objection.
Sustained. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. You told us that you did not find or have not found the murder weapon.
That's correct.
Is that uncommon in a situation like this? That is, not to find the murder weapon?
No, that's not uncommon at all.
Are you surprised at all that you haven't found the murder weapon?
No.
Why not?
The knife is a very easy item to dispose of. It could be disposed of any place. I have cases that I've never found the bodies on, so it's not unusual not to find a murder weapon.
Do you know whether or not the person that committed these murders had the opportunity to dispose of the murder weapon?
Objection.
Sustained.
What time did you arrive at the murder scene?
At Bundy?
Yes.
4:05 in the morning.
Okay. And what time did you first make contact with the defendant?
Personal contact?
Yes.
Shortly after 12 noon the following day, or the same day, I'm sorry,
Okay.
the 13th of June.
And did you have the defendant under surveillance between 10 p.m. Sunday night and 12 noon the following Monday?
No, sir.
You told us that you took no notes upon your initial arrival at Rockingham. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that unusual or uncommon that under these circumstances you did not take notes upon your arrival at Rockingham?
It was not unusual. After arriving there and to merely make a death notification, the situation quickly escalated into what I considered an emergency situation, and I didn't have time to take notes. We noted the time that we left to go to Rockingham in our chronological, which covered it.
And the phone calls that you and Detective Phillips made that day, are those calls logged somewhere?
I didn't make any, but there's phone bills on the phone calls that Detective Phillips made, yes.
Okay. And the evidence that was observed at Rockingham that day, has that evidence been preserved somehow?
Yes.
And did you memorialize somehow where and under what circumstances the evidence was found?
Yes.
How'd you do that?
It's memorialized in the follow-up report, it's memorialized in the search warrant, and it's memorialized by the criminalist who I directed to protect and recover the evidence.
And is it memorialized in photographs as well?
Definitely, yes. That is part of the criminalist's function also with the photographer.
When you were on the every occurrence that may happen during the day?
No, sir, that would almost be impossible. We would be doing nothing but making notes if we did that.
Well, with regard to the drawing of the blood, that is the sample drawn from the defendant, is the date and time of that occurrence memorialized somewhere, somehow?
Yes, it is.
Where?
It's memorialized on the consent form that was signed by Mr. Simpson.
Okay. And the date and time on which you gave that blood vial to the criminalist, Mr. Fung, is that memorialized somewhere?
Yes, sir, it is.
Where?
It's memorialized in Mr. Fung's notes.
Is there anything improper at all about your transporting the blood vial from Parker Center out to Rockingham to the criminalist, Mr. Fung?
Objection.
Grounds.
Self-serving.
Overruled.
No, I'm one of the detectives in charge of the investigation. It's my responsibility to make sure that the evidence is collected and secured.
What was the first thing you wrote on the morning of June 13th?
I believe the first thing I wrote was my arrival time at Bundy, and then after that I began to write a statement on Cato Kalin.
Did you preserve those notes?
Yes,
And what was the next thing that you wrote?
the search warrant.
What time, if you recall, was it that you first saw the glove at Rockingham?
I believe it was approximately 6:15 to 6:30.
And what time did you begin writing the search warrant?
Between 7:45 and 8 o'clock.
And was the search warrant the second thing, or rather the third thing that you wrote that morning?
Yes,
Did you describe the glove at Rockingham in the search warrant?
yes,
Did you describe having seen the Bronco in the search warrant?
yes,
Did you describe having seen blood on the outside of the Bronco?
yes,
Did you indicate that one of the detectives ran the plate on the Bronco to see who it was registered to?
yes,
Did you indicate whether or not the glove found at Rockingham resembled the glove at Bundy?
yes,
Does the glove at Rockingham resemble the glove at Bundy?
appears to be a matched pair.
Certainly.
I'd like to mark a board next in order. I've already shown it to defense counsel.
125.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to ask you to step down. Take a look at those photographs. Tell us whether or not they depict the glove found at Rockingham and the one found at Bundy.
Yes, they do.
Do you know whether or not each of those gloves were submitted for testing?
Yes,
The glove at Bundy was submitted for testing?
yes,
And are you aware of those results?
yes.
Did you indicate in the search warrant affidavit that you observed blood droplets leading from the Bronco to the front door of Mr. Simpson's residence?
Yes,
Did you indicate that you've spoken to Arnell Simpson?
yes.
Did you indicate that you...
Mr. Darden, you can use this anymore? All right, why don't we do that, and then we'll take our recess for the morning. Two seconds. right, thank you, gentlemen. Just a second. I'm going to excuse the jury first.
I was going to say before the jury's excused.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the morning session. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, don't allow anybody to communicate with you. Do not perform any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll reconvene promptly at 1:30. Detective Van Adder, you may step down. 1:30, sir. All right, we'll stand in recess. Thank you.
And Mr. Robertson said that needed to be on the record, so released to us for copying and then returning to the court.
All right, so stipulated by the parties? All right.
Thank you.
The manuals arrived.
Yes, they did. Sure. Why don't we take care of that when we conclude? All right, let's have the jurors, please. Please. Let the record reflect that we've been joined by all members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Detective Philip Van Adder is on the witness stand undergoing redirect examination by Mr. Darden. Good afternoon again, Detective Van Adder.
Good afternoon, sir.
You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Darden, you may conclude with your redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, during Mr. Shapiro's cross-examination, you testified that you did not expect to see any injuries on Mr. Simpson's body.
I think I testified I didn't see any on his body, yes, other than his left hand.
Okay. Did you expect to see injuries on his body?
No.
Why not?
Well, from what I could see of his face and his arms, he didn't have any injuries other than to his left hand. He had on a short-sleeved shirt. And from looking at the victims, it appeared to me that injuries received to the hands and arms of Ronald Goldman were defensive wounds, which defensive wounds are wounds where you're trying to ward something off. You're not being offensive and striking out.
You told us a little while ago as well. Can I have one moment, Charlie?
Certainly.
You've seen photographs I taken of Ron Goldman that indicate cuts or abrasions near the knuckles on one of his hands,
Yes.
if not both hands. And what significance, if any, do you attach to those injuries?
The bruises on his hands?
Yeah, on Mr. Goldman's hands.
The bruises could have occurred while he was falling, while his arms were being flailed around. They could have hit the shrubbery, the trees, the metal fence. I didn't notice bruises directly over the knuckles, on top of the knuckles, that would be common if he had struck a hard object with a closed fist.
Okay. And to go back to the search warrant for a moment. When you wrote the search warrant and gave it to the magistrate, did you indicate in the search warrant that you had gone to Rockingham to make a notification?
Yes.
Can I have one moment, Charlie?
Certainly.
Mark, next in order.
Equals 126 and 127.
Showing you People's 126 detectives.
Court and counsel, one, please.
What is shown in that photograph, Detective?
That's a portion of the defendant's bedroom, showing the foot of the bed, and at the foot of the bed is a rug over the carpeting with a pair of socks there.
And 127? What's shown there?
That's a close-up of the pair of socks that were seen in the previous picture.
Were those socks seized?
Yes, they were.
And did you find a blood trail at all in the defendant's bedroom?
Yes.
All I have, thank you.
Mr. Shapiro?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. You have assumed that the victim, Mr. Goldman, did not hit the perpetrator of the crime. Is that correct?
I don't know that that's an assumption. There could have been a meeting of the two people, but the injuries appeared to me to be defensive injuries, and
Yeah.
defensive injuries are usually sustained by holding the arms up or trying to grab something, such as the weapon that's being used on you.
You've been investigating this case for 9 months.
Yes.
Do you have any information as to whether or not Mr. Goldman, before he died, attempted to strike his assailant?
No, I don't.
Do you have any information if he struck his assailant?
No, I don't.
Is that something you'd want to know?
I'm only going on what I can see.
Is that something you'd want to know?
Well, the only way that would be known is if I could ask the assailant or Mr. Goldman, I would think.
Is that something you would like to investigate?
It's something I would like to know, yes.
And is one way of finding that out by looking at suspects to see if they have any wounds that might be consistent with being hit in a fight?
That's one way of finding out if a person has been hit, yes.
Now, you have just made up your mind that these injuries to Mr. Goldman were occurred when he was falling down, haven't you?
No, not at all.
You don't have any basis for that opinion, do you, in science?
Other than seeing defensive wounds many, many times, they appeared to be defensive wounds.
And you can tell a defensive wound from an offensive wound?
Well, normally defensive wounds occur to the hands and arms, yes.
May I approach the witness for a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
I have a bruise on my hand.
We'll have Mr. Shapiro marked as...
Can I be marked as an exhibit? Can I ask him if he has an opinion as to whether this is an offensive or defensive wound?
I agree.
Do you have those photographs? Some photographs.
All right, do you want to tell me... All right.
This is marked 126, we're marked first, 1060, 1061.
1060 and 1061.
You know when photograph 126 was taken that Mr. Darden showed you, sir?
It was taken after the search warrant was secured, I would assume.
You would assume?
Yes. I wasn't there when the actual search was done.
I know, but there are logs for these things, aren't they, called photo logs?
I think the photographer does them by number, yeah. I don't know that they're timed.
Well, wait. You're the chief investigator, are you not?
One of them, yes.
And you want to know when photographs are taken if you're not there to take them, don't you?
Well, I know they were taken on the 13th of June.
No, my question is, do you want to know when photographs are taken? You can answer that yes or no like you answer Mr. Darden's questions.
This is argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you answer that yes or no?
I know they were taken on the 13th.
No, my question is, is it important for you to know when photographs are taken by photographers or criminalists?
The exact time?
Yes.
No.
Is it important to know the approximate time?
I know they were taken on the 13th of June. The time itself, that's a recordation of evidence that's discovered. The time is on the photograph to me is not important.
Let me see if I can make myself more clear, because I'm obviously not communicating this thought to you, or this question.
Sustained. Mr.
Can you
Earl.
generically, not specifically, as a general principle for a lead investigator in a case, is it important for you to know when photographs are taken for which you are not present? You can answer that yes or no, can't you?
Yes.
It's important to know. And is there such a thing in your practice known as a photo log?
I think that's a recordation of the number of photos, yes.
Is there also something in your practice known as recording when photographs are taken? So somebody can refer to a picture and say, this was taken at a certain day, at a certain time, at a certain place.
I'm not aware of that.
And you've never used that in your experience?
Not time, no.
No investigators, to your knowledge, in LAPD are supposed to have photographs done in a way that they can tell when they were taken?
Well, I know when it was taken.
No, I didn't ask you when this picture, I'm not talking about this picture, okay? We're just talking about pictures in general. All right?
That's recorded by the photographer.
And does he give you a list so you can tell when the pictures are taken? That was my question.
Yes, but not to time. I'm not aware of time.
Okay, so he tells you what day they were taken, but not what time they were taken,
The date and the location, yes.
but not the time. So you don't know if
Not-
it's day or night.
Well, I think that would be evident from the photograph.
May we put these photographs up on the Elmo, please? Right. You see the photograph that Mr. Darden showed you, which is in the upper right-hand corner, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've told us that was taken on the 13th after the execution of the search warrant. Is that correct?
That was taken on the 13th, I believe, after the execution, or when the search warrant was returned to the location, yes.
You believe, but you're not sure.
No, I'm not positive. I wasn't there, but I believe it was after the search warrant was brought back.
And you have no notes or any other type of official documents available to you to tell when that photograph was taken, do you?
Not the time, no.
Okay. Now I want you to look in the upper left-hand corner. That's a photograph that was taken by your photographer, is it not?
Yes.
When was that photograph taken?
That would have been on the 13th also.
Was that taken at the same time?
I would say that is a overall, and then the two follow photo-ups were done probably at the same time, yes. That's showing an overall of the room.
I want to direct your attention, if I might now, to, let me just direct your attention to the photograph that was shown by Mr. Darden, the upper right-hand side. Do you see the foot of the bed in that photograph?
Yes.
And do you see any straps hanging over the foot of the bed?
No.
Now I want to direct you to the other two photographs, the one in the upper left-hand side. Do you see the straps there?
It would appear it's hanging over, yes.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Is that something that would be disturbing a crime scene?
I don't know the reason it was moved, but disturbing a crime scene, it was obviously moved for some reason. I don't know why.
Should the photographer move those?
No, he shouldn't.
Have you noticed this before?
Yes, I've seen this before.
And have you made inquiry as to why it was moved?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
I haven't.
Well, I know you haven't, but why haven't you?
I just haven't. I didn't see any need to.
I want to direct your attention now to the carpet that the socks are lying on. The carpet in the room is a little bit lighter than in the photograph, is it not?
Then which photograph? It's different shades in all the photographs it would appear to be.
All right, would you describe the color of the carpet as you remember it?
I remember it as a light gray.
And did you find any blood stains on that carpet?
No,
Did you take that carpet for evidence?
no,
Did you examine that carpet for footwear impression evidence?
not to my knowledge, no.
What about the carpet in the room? What color is that?
I think that's what I described. I recall it as either a light tan or light gray.
Okay, now what about the throw carpet that the socks are on, that are on top of the carpet in the room?
That appears to be two-tone, maybe brown and light tan or something like that.
Was there any blood on that carpet?
I don't recall any being there, no.
Was that carpet seized?
No,
Was there any effort made to preserve that carpet for footwear impression evidence?
no.
The socks that were there, isn't it true that when those socks were recovered on the 13th, that there was no evidence of blood on those socks?
No evidence of blood on the 13th?
Yes, on those socks.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the reports in this case regarding those socks?
Yes.
What reports have you reviewed?
I saw the scientific reports on them.
And have you seen the field notes that were done by Mr. Fung at your direction on the 13th?
I've seen them in the past, yes.
Would it refresh your memory to look at them again?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Are those the field notes you've looked at before?
Yes, I've seen these.
In reviewing that, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not any blood was observed on those socks on the 13th?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be heard on this, please?
Certainly. proceed.
You directed the chemist. I'm sorry. You directed the criminalist, Mr. Fung, to do certain tests for blood on the 13th. Did you not?
Yes,
And many items were tested for blood, were they not?
yes,
In fact, 13 items that you had interest in were tested for blood at Rockingham. Is that correct?
I don't know the exact number.
Did you ever see the socks on the 13th?
No, I did
Mr.
not.
Fung ever report to you seeing any blood on the socks on the 13th?
Sustained.
Did you order Mr. Fung to phenotest the socks on the 13th?
No, I did not.
Isn't it true that's the only item that was recovered on the 13th from the bedroom area that was not phenotested?
Overruled. If you know.
I don't know that.
Proceed.
Did you find any blood on the steps leading up to Mr. Simpson's bedroom?
No, sir.
Did you preserve that area of the house for footwear impression evidence?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Darden?
Detective, with regard to the rugs and the carpeting and other items that you left at Rockingham, you left those in the defendant's custody, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so the rug that we saw depicted in the photographs is still there?
Should be.
Now, Mr. Shapiro just showed you 3 different photographs, is that right?
Yes.
And these photographs were taken during the search, is that right?
Yes.
Is it common to move things when police officers are in the process of conducting a search for evidence?
Overruled.
Yes, it's common to move things. You need to move things to search.
And could that be a reasonable explanation as to why the straps are...
Absolutely.
In that case, Your Honor, nothing further.
Thank you. On that issue, Mr. Shapiro?
Nothing further.
Right, thank you. All right, Detective Van Adder, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness. Certainly.
All right, let's go here. Okay, so we have completed that segment, and within the news segment that we will see on the next one will be Kato Kalin in the next part that we'll see on the other time. But now we have the other section finished, so I'm going to end it here for now, and then we'll resume it on the next one. Okay, so tonight was pretty cool, pretty fun, with chat and with watching this, and I'm glad we got to finish this part. And shout out to all those that came through and hung out with us, and we're lurking too as well. Everybody have a good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good day, whatever it is where you all are. And let's see right here. And peace. Okay. And all right, that worked.